Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
And welcome to day 2, everyone. Here we are in Sylt, and what a time to be alive. We've rocked up to a meaty 25 to 30 knots to kick off this day. We cannot wait to get underway. Hello everyone, my name is Liam Dredge, and I'll be taking you through today's action, where we'll be starting with the Hydrofoil Big Air. We'll also hopefully then be moving on to the kite surf. But look at this lovely shot. Why don't we give you a little bit more of an insight into the wonderful place that is Sylt. So it's day 2 here of the Defender GKA Hydrofoil Big Air, and we cannot wait to get underway with round number 4, because yesterday we did filter through those early rounds. We saw some great competition, but the wind was definitely a little bit more on the lighter side. We didn't really reach anything past 20 knots, but today I can confirm the container on the beach is a little bit shaky. I can hear the wind, I can see it on the water. There's kites out there. A few of the riders have gone out early doors to just test the conditions a little bit, so we should definitely be seeing some Hydrofoil Big Air action. And before we get underway, we're just going to throw it to a few commercial breaks.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
There's so many different places that I've never seen before, and a million things I never felt this way. Time to go now. New horizons waiting, sail away with me. Where the oceans meet the sky.
AIDA. Erlebt euch anders.
Okay, welcome back. So here we go. We're going to be shortly getting underway, and what a beautiful little sight that is. Is there any gold at the end of that rainbow? We'll soon have to find out, but you can see the conditions there. It's definitely looking a little bit wavier, but you can see the wind swell as well, and the white caps on the water showing us that there's clearly enough breeze out there for some big air action. Just before we get underway, a little recap of yesterday. As I did mention, we were underway with the Hydrofoil Big Air. Some big names in the mix here. We've got the likes of Charles Waddell, our current GKA Hydrofoil world champion. He'll be looking to defend or add another title to his name. He's definitely the man to beat out there. We've also got the likes of Joselito from the Dominican Republic pairing with Alex Soto, who really threw down yesterday. Some local talent out here. We've got Finn Flugel, the youngster, who is very talented twin-tip freestyler, but also loves to throw it down on the foil as well. Also paired with Linus Erdmann, the 8-time German champion. He is also in the fleet. A big name that you were all tuning in for yesterday on the live stream. None other than the one and only, the Robbie James is here as well in Sylt, claiming all the tricks that he was landing yesterday. He'll be wanting to go a little bit far with the journey here. Hunter Becker, another rider that we've seen quite regular in hydrofoil stops, coming out of America, riding for North. He's also in the mix. And also a big shout out to Andrea Zust. She is the only female here in the hydrofoil division. There were a few more females that did sign up for the event, but unfortunately couldn't make it. And you know what? She was like, hey, I want to compete with the guys. I want to throw it down. And here she is in round number 4. She'll be taking on Hunter Becker, Robbie James and Finn Flugel. So a tough ask on her hands. But I must say, she has been putting down some really nice moves, especially the back roll kite loop. She's pretty much got that dialed down. But very shortly we'll be getting underway. Kite sizes we'll find out for you. But if you're tuning in, let us know what you want to find out. I'm here in the booth at the moment. Hopefully we'll be joined by a few of our riders as we go out throughout the day. Main focus now is to get underway with the competition. The riders have started the day with their skippers meeting. So Juan Antonio, our race director, has fully informed our riders of the criteria. They're going to be 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. So that's the same as we had yesterday. And you can see there on the bottom right hand side we've got the flags. So just explaining a little bit about those colours and the lycras as well. Our riders have all got a lycra on which determines their colour, and then the flag on the beach gets raised. So for example, when that blue flag gets raised, the lycra colour of the rider in blue will have to jump. There will be 2 riders out in the black lycra because we've got 4-man heats for round number 4. So the sequence is going to be blue, black, red, followed by black. And up first in round number 4, perfect timing, look at that. Pierre Schneider coming out of Switzerland. Then we've got Linus Erdmann. He is from local boy Germany. Lorenzo Casati, you might have heard that name before in the twin tip division. Red Bull King of the Air champion, but now mixing things up on the hydrofoil. And then we've got Theo de Manez. He is out of France. Was actually down here at 6:30 this morning pumping up his kites. Lorenzo and Theo, 2 of the riders in the hydrofoil discipline that are also competing on the kite surf division. So if you're not aware already, Sylt is a double-headed event. We've got hydrofoil big air, and we've also got kite surf here as well. So we'll be seeing the likes of Ayrton Cosolino, James Carew, Matthew Lopez, the big dogs, Pedro Matos. They're all in the mix on the kite surf division, which could be taking place later on this afternoon. It's looking likely that we'll be seeing some of that action later on this afternoon because we've got great conditions here early doors. We don't need too long to finish the hydrofoil discipline. We only need about just under 2 hours and we can crown our champion here in Sylt. But it's looking like we're going to be getting underway now for the first heat of the day. Let's go. Round number 4, heat number 1. Andrea with that back roll kite loop, well, double back roll there, but that's going to be down as a crash. My mistake, that is Pierre Schneider. Andrea is going to be in the next heat. So Pierre Schneider is to jump first. Now you can see the scores on the door that come up at the top left of your screen. That's the order of play for our riders. 4-man heats. Here we go. First heat of the day, 25 to 30 knots. Let's have it. Okay, so I've just been informed that at the moment Linus isn't on the water, which is a big shame really. But maybe he's a little bit late. We'll have to find out. But at the moment, as you can see there, the black flag's gone down. So his trick attempt will go down as a crash. Up next, we've got Lorenzo Casati. Big shout out to our live stream as well. We're trying to be covering all angles down here on the beach. Local time at the moment is 10:05. So as the afternoon comes into play, we're going to see this beach get really, really busy. No matter what the weather, rain, sunshine, everyone comes out here and they love this event. It's one of the longest running water sport events out here. As you can see, Lorenzo Casati at the moment, I mean, it must be pretty windy, but this guy is not faint to any strong winds. If it's not 30 knots, he's not going out, but here he is. Lorenzo Casati finding the right kicker, as you can see, just going for a standard kite loop, but nothing to really scream or shout about there. No, not much height. Judges will definitely be taking in the conditions into factor today. They know it's windier and the discipline is hydrofoil big air. They want to see our riders go big, you know, get plenty of height. We look at the judging criteria. We're looking for explosivity, power, commitment, execution. The landings are also a big factor. If the riders can land and get back up onto the foil straight away, they will be rewarded. Some of the highest scores we saw yesterday were Charles Burdell. He had 7 trick attempts, all of which he landed. The only rider to not actually crash a single trick in yesterday's competition. Alex Soto was another rider that really threw down. He had a good score together. Let's see what we can have today from those likes, because they'll be up in the semi-finals. A few riders have already pre-qualified due to their performance yesterday. In the semi-finals of this, the top 2 will be going through. 3rd and 4th place will be getting a one-way ticket home. So Joselito and Alex Soto are waiting to see which 2 riders in this heat will be joining them. And then in the other semi-final, we've got Borja Velon. Do my best to pronounce that name today. And then the world champion Charles Burdell. As you can see here, thankfully he didn't spit the coffee out then, otherwise that would have been a shot. Round number 4, heat number 1. 2.83 there from Lorenzo Casati to start things off, just with that kite loop. As I can see now, it doesn't look like Linus is going to be joining us. So, Theo, where is Theo? Looking for the rider in the black lycra. As you might have just heard there through my mic, that we've just had the buzzer beat down on the beach. So don't go anywhere. Just going to find out what's going on at the moment. And then we will be right back with you following on this hydrofoil big air action. Okay, everyone, so we will be starting that heat again. Unfortunately, we just been informed that Linus isn't going to be competing, so I know for a lot of you that would be a little bit disappointing. We'll try and find out why exactly that is. We saw some great stuff from him yesterday. Actually, one of the riders that was showing some unhooked maneuvers. But, yeah, this first heat will be restarting, and we'll be getting underway very, very shortly. But from now, let's just enjoy the scenes that we have here in Sylt. As you can see, our event setup there is quite a large event setup, actually. It goes all the way onto the right-hand side. We've got a lot of local sponsors. It's a big event here in Sylt, and it does attract plenty of people to come down to this beautiful spot of North Germany. So just before we get underway, we're going to jump to a quick, short commercial break, and then hopefully the green flag will be up in the sky. I told you we'd be quick. We're back at it now as we can follow the drone in the sky. So you can see there, left-hand side, that's where all our riders set up their kites. And then we've got the VIP riders tents, which is the far left top. And then we've got the area where they come in and launch and land. Just behind where the drone is now is where our judge team is. And you can see there, that looks like Borja Velon from Spain. He's already got a place booked into the semi-finals. He'll be checking the scores and getting things underway shortly. That heat will probably be with us in about an hour or so. Hunter Becker there, another rider. Looks like he's launching his kite. All the riders here, be interesting to see what actual size they're on today. We do know that they can go out in slightly smaller kites anyway. We saw a few riders riding the foil kites yesterday, but a lot of them have now decided to go sort of with the tubes. We've seen you know, the likes of the Harlem guys out there, the Norths, the Duotones. They've got it all really, a good mix. Joselito there on the left-hand side, he rides for Cabrina. And on the right, we can just see our main man there, Diogo, getting all the shots for the media side. And the flags sure are blowing with the wind. It's great to see a good forecast here in Sylt. If you tuned in last year, you would have seen that we did compete on slightly the lighter side of conditions. It was pretty much freestyle, and we didn't have hydrofoil big air last year. So it's really nice to add this discipline to the 2024 calendar of Sylt. And with such a promising forecast for the next few days, we can't wait to see what action unfolds. Will we see the old double loops come out on the hydrofoil? We'll have to wait and see. We've seen it from the likes of Charles Waddell in training. If you follow his socials, you would have seen he goes pretty big. But I've just been informed as well that on this next heat, we will be starting from scratch again. So we'll be starting from 0 tricks. And very, very shortly, the riders will be getting out onto the water. Just on the right-hand side there, you can see where it starts to ramp up a little bit, our judge tower. In there, we've got our head judge, Paulino Pereira. Actually used to compete on the GKA as well in the strapless division. One of the riders that got one of those 10-point rides. I can't remember where it was. I'm pretty sure it might have been in Cape Verde. Absolutely rips. He comes out of Lisbon. He's our head judge for hydrofoil and for kite surf. And a busy task ahead as all these riders wanting to progress as far as they can into the competition. Hunter Becker there. Looking like he's about to get into the water, just testing the conditions. So what have we got there? We've got a 5 meter on the floor there. That's an air rush lift. That might even be Finn Flugels. He's one of the, well, he's actually the youngest rider that we have here. He is competing. Hunter Becker here, probably maybe on like something like a 7, I would say. Beautiful from above, the Sylt Islands up north Germany, really borders Denmark as well. And you can see all the tents on the right hand side as well. We've got plenty to do here. Lorenzo Casati also here with his brother Leonardo, who isn't competing in the hydrofoil but will be competing over on the kite surf. We've seen Lorenzo at multiple events this year. Most recent one would have been the twin tip in Gran Canaria. Leonardo as well competing over there, and actually both having very good finishing. I'm pretty sure both of them in the top 4, if I remember rightly. Casati family coming out of Tenerife. Nationality is from Italy, but they spend a lot of time over in the Canaries due to the strong winds that we see throughout the summer months. I mean, if you haven't been to places like Gran Canaria in the months of July and August, you hit up somewhere like Pozzo and it's about 40 knots every single day. So no wonder the Casatis base themselves out there, as we do know that the preference for those two is that twin tip big air discipline. But it's great to see them filter over to other disciplines. It just shows how multi-talented they are. Hello once again, my name is Liam Dredd. If you just tuned in, we'll be taking you through the course of action today for Hydrofoil Big Air. We need about 2 hours to finish this, and then we will be progressing on to the kite surf discipline. There will be a slight little break in between the two disciplines, and yeah, that's the plan of action today. We need, yeah, like I said, a couple of hours. Can Charles Waddell get another win? Will we see Joselito or someone like Alex Soto? Even on your screen now, as I can see, Finn Flugel, he's another rider to not write off, will be joining us also next week in Dunkirk. So let's just talk about a little bit of the calendar. What have we actually got coming up after Sylt? Well, we've got Dunkirk is a freestyle event for our riders. That's the first one of the year, actually, so they'll be eager to get underway. Following Dunkirk, the week after that, we go straight to Tarifa, because in Tarifa we have the Youth World Championships. Okay, so that's a really exciting event. Once we have that, a little bit of a break, and then we move over to Morocco. Once we hit Morocco, we go to Brazil and we wrap things up in Qatar at the end of the year. But full focus now goes on to Sylt. As you can see, beautiful skyline here. We'll be back in just a few moments after this short commercial break.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
There's so many different places that I've never seen before, and a million things I never felt this way. Time to go now. New horizons waiting, sail away with me. Where the oceans meet the sky.
AIDA. Erlebt euch anders.
Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with them. Take it to around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with them.
Welcome back, everybody. So yes, as I did say, very shortly we'll be getting underway with that first heat. Apologies that before we actually had a cancelled heat, so we'll be starting from the get-go again with our riders taking the water. So let's just see and remind ourselves who we're going to have in this heat. Well, it's going to be Pierre Schneider out of Switzerland is going to be joined by Lorenzo Casati and Theo de Manez from France. Lorenzo coming out, actually, although from Italy, will be representing Spain here. As I just mentioned, spends a lot of time in the Canary Islands. Lorenzo actually riding for Haarlem, made the switch not too long ago. And we look at Haarlem with their game-changing technology. Really interesting what they do with their kites, with the seamless edge on the leading edge, which is great to see. And it's one of those brands that definitely are pushing as well. We've got the likes of Core. They brought out that new kite, which is the Pace, that Alula style, as well as they have their 5-strut kite as well. And then we look at someone like Duotone as well, that's just recently, I think in the last 24 hours, brought out the new Rebel D-Lab. So plenty happening in the kite industry at the moment when it comes to brands releasing some new and initiative gear. Will we see some of that on the water today? Let's find out, because we've got plenty of riders here riding for plenty of different brands, all of which are bringing out new toys to the market. I think I saw yesterday an F1 Alula as well, but let's just wait and see. Don't quote me on that. So let's remind ourselves again as well on the conditions actually. So I've got a live wind read here, and it's just at the moment saying 20 knots, max 24 in the gust. So that tells me that since about in the last hour we have seen a little bit of a drop in the wind, but looking at the forecast for the rest of the day, the afternoon especially is looking good. It's saying here 25 knots, gusting all the way up to potentially 35. So if we get a forecast like that come through, we could see some real epic moves being thrown down. Also, Thursday is looking very, very similar today. A little bit of a shift in the direction of the wind, coming a little bit more southwest. But Friday is the windier day. I mean, it's saying here we could be reaching 35 to 45 knots. And this will be probably the best forecast that we have ever had here for an event in Sylt. Definitely makes up for the little bit of a lack of wind that we saw last year. But as you can see now, our riders are back on the water. Pierre Schneider there on your screen will be the first to jump. He's in the blue lycra. And hopefully no more hiccups and we can get this show on the road. Pierre Schneider here had a very good performance yesterday, but needs to battle it out. There's just 3 in the heat here, so only 1 will be going home. Top 2 go through and make it through to the semi-finals. They'll join those other riders. As you can see, one of the riders in the background there having a little bit of fun. So what can our athletes do? What can our athletes throw down? Different conditions to yesterday, so we should definitely be seeing different tricks. It's windier, so 1, they can go a little bit higher. There's definitely a little bit more sea swell out there as well, with the wind being nice and strong. So if you're a rider that jumps left foot forward, then you're going to benefit from using the kickers, because they're going to help you go a little bit higher. When I say a little bit, most likely a lot higher. You definitely want to use the kickers to your advantage, especially when it comes to big air. So you can see there from the screen, we've got Lorenzo Casati on that Haarlem on the right-hand side. And then we've got a couple of the others there on the left-hand side. As waiting for this green flag to be raised. And then we can get the show on the road. Order of sequence is going to be blue, red, black. So let's just remind ourselves who is going to be first to jump. Pierre Schneider, followed by Lorenzo Casati, and then wrapping things off, Theo de Manez. They have 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. Important to also note, they need to be showing a little bit of variety here. They can't do the same trick 3 times and have that same trick scored 3 times. It needs to be a little bit of variety. So if they go for a kite loop, for example, and it scores a 2 or a 3, then if they go for another kite loop, all right, only the best one will count. So not 2 kite loops will count. You can then mix it up and go with a back roll kite loop or a contra loop as well. That's ticking off different families. You can also hit the unhooked category as well. We saw that a couple of times from a couple of riders yesterday, but maybe because the wind is a little bit stronger today, we might not see as many unhooked moves, but it's always great to see. I think we saw Linus yesterday actually do a back mode, which was quite nice on the foil. But here we go. Pierre Schneider, locked and loaded, going for the back roll kite loop with a late back, swinging under the kite, and that will count. That's nice there. Good opening move from Pierre. Definitely judges will look at the landings as well. You saw there, it wasn't the cleanest of landings, but it was definitely okay. As you can see here, initiates the kite loop after that first rotation, then whips it round. You can see steering the kite, trying to time that down loop to perfection. Just a little bit of a heavy landing. This guy's got it all sorted, hasn't he? He's got the Porsche deck chair. He's got, what do you reckon he's playing? Maybe a bit of Mamma Mia in there. And he's got the binos out. He's not missing a thing. Sitting on the beach in 25 knots. There we go. But the sun is coming out, which is a good thing. Lorenzo Casati now, left foot forward, using the kickers. Knows he's one of these riders that you'll see has a great takeoff. As again, initiating that front roll there. So let's wait for the scores to come in. The kite loop back roll from Pierre. Scores dropping as we have the really good replays here. 3.67 for Pierre on that first score. Red flag is still up, although Lorenzo Casati has jumped, waiting for those scores to just filter through. I know yesterday we were running nice and quick, so we want to make sure that we're efficient today with the timings. Theo is going to be up next. And I can see now Lorenzo's score coming in at a similar mark to what we saw Pierre do on his first trick. Very shortly as well, you'll have the scoreboards on your left-hand side. Hopefully we can get those graphics up soon. And then you can follow along with me here in the booth. So next to jump now, Theo, the rider from Cabrina, representing France. Kite loop front roll there for Lorenzo Casati, coming in at a 4.03. So slightly better than Pierre, who actually did the kite loop back roll. So Theo now going up. Kite loop. And straight back down, okay? So there we go. That's not going to be as hefty as what we saw from Lorenzo or Pierre. We're probably looking around the 3. Definitely needing to go and add in a little bit more rotation as you go into the later rounds. As you can see here, Theo really steering that kite. And coming down pretty much back straight up onto the foil. So 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are counting. Here we go. Second now for Pierre. As we're looking for that rider in the blue lycra. Wind has just pumped up a little bit now. We're looking at 20 knots to 25 in the gusts. As Pierre going for that back roll kite loop with the board off. Swinging around there like a pendulum and sticks the landing. Very nicely done there from Pierre. As you can see, the graphics are now up, but just do bear in mind that Linus Erdmann there isn't going to be competing here. So although you see his name up, he will not be in this heat. He is actually not going to be continuing on. Hopefully we can get an idea of to maybe why that is, as these riders waiting for the next heat to go in and compete. So scores now dropping, as you can see. Theo for that kite loop, yeah, I said around the 3. It's gone 2.73. As we're now focusing on a past Red Bull King of the Air champion, Lorenzo Casati. Coming in with speed, waiting and searching for the right kicker. Here we go, initiates. Kite loop with a late back roll. Crash there for Lorenzo. So a crash there on Lorenzo's second trick, as you can see here. Kite loop with the late back. Does land quite nicely, but unfortunately just goes over the front of his board, where That will now be a crash. Hunter Becker here on your screen. He's a rider that will be taking to the water on the next heat. As Theo now up next, left foot forward, again using the kickers. Looking at that kite, steering it to 12. Initiates the kite loop early with the kite loop late back. As soon as he did the jump there, he was steering hard to initiate that maneuver. As the replay shows here, yeah, straight away, and then whips around with the rotation. But it's a landed trick. We did see Lorenzo there struggle on that last one. So Theo now is going to have that second trick counting, which is going to then mean that Lorenzo is going to bump down into third place. Pierre Schneider up next, current heat leader, with a nice 4.67 on that last maneuver. If we look at the judging criteria once more, height, power, style and amplitude are all going to be combined into the technical difficulty of a trick, as we see a back roll kite loop and with multiple back roll rotations on the way down. We saw this move from Pierre multiple times yesterday as well. He does like to dial that one home. As you can see there, initiates the back roll followed by the loop. And then multiple back rotations as he comes around. I think that might have been 4 rotations there. Beach is starting to get a little bit busier now. The locals are coming out in full force. Definitely one of these events where the locals really like to come down onto the beach and check out the action. I can see here some of the comments coming in the YouTube. Firstly, welcome. Really good to have you here tuning in. Any riders from the UK in Hydrofoil? Unfortunately, for this event, we don't have anyone representing the UK, which for me, yeah, is a little bit sad. I am British, so it's always good to see a fellow UK compete here on the tour. Wind speed, we're looking at about 20 knots at the moment. It is gusting around 25. We should see this also pick up. We actually have since our last call. We're now sitting at about 22 knots, gusting up to 25 on the live wind speed app that we have here, powered by K-Wind. Big thanks to those guys. As next to jump should be, let me just check, Lorenzo Casati. Yeah, here he is, left foot forward. Maybe he's going to go for that kite loop late back again. He struggled with that last one. I don't think he had enough height. Just went over the front of his boards. He's waiting for the kicker. Here we go. Looks nice. Back roll, kite loop with a late back as well. Lands it. So he'll be happy with that one after the second move, which was a crash. Kite loop back roll from Pierre, which we saw was a 5.27. Kite loop back roll that we saw from Theo previously was a 4.17. And Lorenzo there controlling the landing a lot better than the last. Okay, so he's also going to bump up that score, probably go over past Theo, who is now the next rider to jump. Who are we looking forward to seeing on the water today, everyone? Tune in, let me know. Also, let me know who you want to see in the booth. We'll do our best. Once we're a little bit more up and running and a few heats down, maybe we can get some of these Hydrofoil riders into the booth with me and join me for a couple of heats. It's always great to have some of our riders and athletes come in. But next to jump, Theo. He's actually one of the riders like Lorenzo competing in the kite surf division as well. So they got a busy few days ahead. As he goes up, multiple front rotations. We did see a loop of the kite there, but for me that was more of a down loop than it was a kite loop. It was pulled a little bit too late. As the replay shows here, yeah, forward rotation, and you can see on the way down pretty much a down loop as he went straight into the drink there. So that's going to be a crash. So, let's see who is up next. Pierre Schneider, trick attempt, number 4. Playing a speed coming into here. He is wanting that. Looks like a contra loop there. Contra loop board off potentially. Theo, up next. So a few more scores now have dropped. Actually now Lorenzo who's going to be going next. We must have missed a couple of tricks there as he goes to the back roll, contra loop. And that's better there from Lorenzo. Better height there, nice control. And pretty much straight back up onto the foil. So judges will like what they see there. The contra loop board off from Pierre scored a 3.30. Theo now. Going for his 4th trick attempt. Scores still to drop for Lorenzo on the previous move. There we go, Theo loading up, beautiful angle here. Yeah, going for that same maneuver with that front rotation. But did he land it? I think if the judges are going to score that, it's going to be pretty low. Not a very clean landing there from Theo. So round number 4, heat number 1 of the Hydrofoil Big Air here in Sylt. First Hydrofoil Big Air event of the year, kicking things off here in Germany. We also will be crowning a European World Champion here for this event. Not the GKA World Champion, but the European Champion will be crowned here in Sylt. As we can see there, Theo So a couple riders there. Alex Soto in the middle, Joselito on the right-hand side. 2 riders from Dominican Republic. Then we got the Spanish Borja Velon. He's going to be also in a semi-final. And with their caddies. Sun now starting to shine on the beach here in Sylt. Beautiful when the blue sky starts showing, especially when you pair it with 25 knots of wind. Pretty much a win-win. Winner-winner chicken dinner in my eyes. So Lorenzo here. Let's have a little look. We've gone a little bit out with the angle here, the cameras, try and see what it looks like with the kite as well. I know there's a few comments in the move. There we go. Lorenzo Casati again going a little bit down in the drink to his waist. As Finn Flugel mum there, Simona, waiting patiently for her son to take center stage. As we see Lorenzo with those front roll rotations. The last one, the contra loop back roll, was a 4.13. So Lorenzo actually just now sitting in second place. Pressure is on Theo. So Theo now, trick attempt number 5, as again he tries that front roll sort of tornado approach, and he does manage to stick it. He's tried that the last 2 times and he's crashed both. So he's managed to stick that one. That's going to give him the 3rd trick attempt. That's going to count towards his score. He's the only rider, as you can see on the left-hand side, that is waiting for that 3rd trick. Please note that Linus is not competing in this heat. I don't think he's going to be competing and going further in the competition either. We'll try and find a little bit of news as to why that is, as I know he is a big fan favourite here in Sylt. one of the local guys and also an 8-time German champion. So he's definitely got some titles to his repertoire. But Pierre now, 6th trick attempt. Currently the man in first position. Coming in fully loaded. Kite loop with a late back. One of the highest we've seen today. Control it, Pierre. And control it he does. That is definitely going to probably push one move out. We saw the kite loop back roll from a 5.27 from Pierre on his 3rd trick attempt. You can see here, nicely done. As soon as you know they're getting past that sort of water to skyline in the background, you know they're going a little bit higher. You could see there with Pierre, he was going into that kicker with a lot more speed, and speed is your friend when it comes to going big. You want to be going in fully loaded into these kickers, all about the timing, getting that kite positioning right, and then just putting that bar in. So Lorenzo Casati here, no stranger to strong winds. Let's see what he has. Lorenzo liking that kicker in front of him, goes up with the back roll, contra loop looking like. Contra loop back roll there. 4.13 was the first contra loop back roll we saw him do. Actually looking at his scores, that's actually the best score that he has out of the 3. So he definitely going to be maybe wanting to improve on his kite loop back roll or his kite loop front roll, really. I mean, that was pretty clean, but very similar actually to the first one he did. So I don't think that 11.73 is going to get much give and much improvement. But up next we have Theo, okay? So Theo now going for his 6th trick attempt. After this, we are going to be on the last trick attempt. And the kite loop back roll that we saw from Pierre, which was definitely the highest that we've seen so far. That's the best score of his heat, a 5.93. So best score of his heat and actually of the heat itself. As I just see there, Theo going down for a crash on his 6th trick attempt. So now we go into trick attempt number 7. Last trick attempt for our riders. Top 2 will be going through, okay? So at the moment, Theo is going to be the rider who will be packing up his kites. Well, I say packing up his kites, but he's probably going to be competing later on in the kite surf division as well. So it's not necessarily the end of the road for Theo if he finishes last, but, you know, he'll be wanting to definitely try and go as far as he can in the hydrofoil discipline. So last trick attempts for our riders. Here we go. Blue flags up for Pierre. Your rider in first place. What's his lowest score? A contra loop board off of 3.30. Again, going in plenty of speed. Looking like a contra loop as well there. But a little bit scatty, a little bit out of control. Looked like he travelled a lot downwind there rather than getting that sort of lift and momentum going up. But let's see what that comes in at. A 3.30 for the contra loop board off. I think probably the 13.90 that he has. Oh no, I think he pulls on the backhand there actually. You can see there, yeah, bit of a sketchy landing as well. Does get pretty much back on the foil quickly, but not the cleanest of landings that we've seen. Lorenzo Casati there, showing the back roll, which looked like also to have a kite loop as well. I mean, let's have a little look. Kite loop back roll is a 3.77 for him. So red now is still up for Lorenzo's scores to drop. Looking like it might go down as a crash. I mean, as we watch the replay, back roll kite loop into multiple, I think 3 rotations on the way down. But yeah, you can see actually landing tail first with the board there. Okay, last trick attempt for Theo. So what does he need? He needs a 2.21 improvement on one of his scores already. To go first, he needs an improvement of a 4.75. So it's not over here for Theo. If he can land a big move, I mean, his kite loop that he opened up with was a 2.73. I reckon if you can get like if he can go for a kite loop front roll here, then he could definitely be in with a mix. definitely be in with a chance. Good kicker here on the left-hand side. Nice kicker. Goes up. Kite loop. Oh, I don't think that's going to be enough. Needs second. He needs a 2.21, but that's an improvement on one of his scores already. It's going to be close, but I think Lorenzo's going to take it in second place with Pierre in first. As that is heat over. So very, very shortly we will have the confirmation of who actually joins Pierre in second place. But for now, don't go anywhere. Up next, we have the next heat. Heat number 2 of round number 4. Okay, so just before we get underway with the next heat, there were some great moves in that last one. So let's throw it over to those heat highlights. Okay, welcome back everybody. So very, very shortly, here we go. Men's hydrofoil big air. We're going to be having Andrea Zeus. She's the only female actually competing here. And she's going to be taking on Hunter Becker from the USA, Robbie James and Finn Flugel. So those are going to be the 4 riders. Top 2 will be making it through to the next round. Because in the next heat, we will be moving on to the semi-finals of this discipline. And just before we get underway, let's go to a small commercial ad. So here we go. Blue flag is up in the sky, okay? So that it means that Andrea is going to be the first rider to jump. Once again, hello everybody. And I'm here in the booth at the moment, just riding it solo, but hopefully we're going to be having, like I said, some riders join me as well. We've got a really good setup here, actually. I'm pretty much bang on the beach, which is always good. You can get a sense of the conditions as well if I just poke my head out the corner of the booth. But yeah, let's have a little look what the live wind reader is doing right now. As I did mention earlier, we should be seeing an increase of wind, and that is exactly what we're seeing now. It's about 23 to 25 knots, so I know it is gradually going up quite slowly, but it's still going up, okay? The wind is still increasing, which is always a bonus, especially when you have a big air division. So, and Finn Flugel here sort of just looking around as if to say, what's going on? When's it my go? But Andrea 1.37. Finn Flugel is actually the last rider to jump. So he's got to pay attention here because there's two riders in the black lycra. First will be Hunter Becker. Then we mix things up, go to the red lycra, which is none other than Robbie James. And then we go back to Finn on the black lycra. So that's the order of play. 4-man heat here for round number 4. And then it goes back. Oh, sorry, it continues with 4-man heats for the rest of the duration of Hydrofoil. Robbie James now is the next rider to jump. So focus switches onto the rider into with, sorry, the red lycra. Robbie James going for an accidental one-footer and slamming the deck with a back slap there. That is going to be stinging, especially in the cold waters of Germany. Yeah, he's going to have a sore one after that. Got to shake that one off, as Taylor Swift would say. And go into trick attempt number 2. Finn Flugel now, the youngest rider in the fleet. He is going to be opening up with a nice move guaranteed from Finn. He's definitely got plenty in the tank. I mean, this kid, he just came from St. Peter-Ording. Big kite surf sort of festival going on. Forward, front roll rotations there. I'm not sure if, I think there was a kite loop in there as well. We just caught the last glimpse of that. But nice clean landing from Finn. The benefit Finn has here is, although he does most likely have to go on a slightly smaller kite than the other riders because of his weight, you know, being a little bit lighter, you know, he should also see himself rocket up into the sky in the stronger winds. As he controls it on the way down. 1.37 for Andrea, but there's still a couple of scores to come in. Robbie James and Hunter are unfortunately crashing both of those first scores, so that's why there's nothing there for them. Finn Flugel here for the kite loop front roll. There was a kite loop here. It looks like a kite loop there for Andrea as well, but she goes down. A bit too much momentum coming forward. Oh, my mistake. This is Andrea here. So right foot forward. She pretty much does all her tricks going right foot forward. As we're doing a little bit of a rewind there. And you can see Andrea here on your screen in that blue lycra. Just checking now if that blue flag is still up in the sky. Yes, it is. So she still is to jump. So Andrea, as you can see, just in the middle there. Waiting for the right gust, maybe. But just look at in the distance as well. Just how many kites are out here in Sylt. Beautiful to see. An array of colour in the air. But Hunter Becker now. So that last one from Andrea was her turn. Hunter Becker going down over the front again. I'd like to know what size kite he is on. I think maybe around a 7. We'll find out. I'll go and get some of our crew to maybe just get a little bit nosy as he goes for a kite loop late back. Landing nicely there. A little bit bouncy, but he does go and sink down into the drink there. You can see he's looping his kite on the water there to try and get the momentum to get back up onto the foil quickly. So yeah, will be deducted as a back roll kite loop, and you can see here sort of ends up landing on that wave in front, which makes it a little bit challenging. He just pops out straight away. Doesn't go straight into the water, it sort of goes maybe just below the waist. But as I have been referring to, the judges, if we look at their criteria, one of the big things is definitely the landing. So let's just have a little look. I mean, they're looking for height, all right, especially when it's a little bit windier here. Hopefully we will see a little bit more height as the wind increases, but also power, all right, style and amplitude, and it all has to be combined within the technical difficulty of the trick. If you can put all those factors together and nail it, then you will be in a good position to score nicely. The execution is a big thing. The degree of commitment, and actually a big word that we refer to not just in this discipline but across all disciplines, is the risk. All right, what is the risk factor of the trick. How much speed are they going in? How much speed are they coming out of the trick? And how smooth is the maneuver once performed? They need to be showing good control, and also the clean landings will be rewarded. So if they're landing and pretty much going straight back onto the foil, they will be heavily rewarded for that. The other thing to note is grabs on the board. Grabs will be rewarded when it shows a bit of style. So sometimes on maneuvers, especially once they've performed that rotation, they tend to try and grab the nose of the board or the tail of the board or anywhere else. That will be rewarded if it's shown and done well. It needs to be clear, visible, and with the legs stretched. Okay, so you can see here front roll kite loop. From Robbie James. It was a little bit iffy on the landing there and lacked a little bit of height. I think that will score, but the judges most likely going to deduct. Yeah, that landing there, that's going to be a crash in my eyes. Yeah, all the way down to the shoulders on the landing. But going back to the judging criteria, any trick that's not visible on the trick list as well will be scored as innovation. So there's also that innovation factor that riders have to consider. If we see something that we haven't seen before and something new, all right, that will definitely be rewarded. And that's really what we also want to see. We like to see innovation here. Kite loops will be scored as well, but in a kite loop we have to take into consideration the kite angle, all right, the timing of the loop, when is it pulled, and the height and the power of the execution of that kite loop, or let's say contra loop. Surface tricks will also be scored, but we most likely will see those in the slightly lighter winds. Overall, our judges are looking for the more higher performed maneuvers. So let's see. There's a little bit of background on the rough judging criteria. As we're now on trick attempt number 3, okay? So Andrea here has 2 jumps to her name. She needs to loop, which she does. Kite loop, manages to just skip away from the wave in front and get away nicely. Okay, so that's going to be a scored kite loop for her. That's probably going to be around maybe 2.3, 2.4, I would guess. Let's see, I'm going for a 2.48. That's just a random guess. Let's see what we're going to go for. Scores to drop. Okay, the only one not yet to score is Robbie James with 2 crashes. Andrea here. Yeah, kite loop really steering it there. Quite a nice landing. The wave behind her nearly did catch up. Hunter Becker now up next. So we're going to be looking at the rider in the black lycra with the North Kite. I think he's out there on the right hand side. As you can see him now starting to initiate his way towards the competition area. Hunter Becker now. Right foot forward. And there we go. Well, perfect. So he's on a 7-meter kite. So there we go. He's on a 7. Thank you very much there for that wonderful angle where we can now see the size of the kite, which is always helpful. I know some of you in the comments are wondering what size kites they're on. As we're going for the kite loop. Unspins the bar on the way down. Back up onto the foil. It's a little bit sketchy and Hunter Becker couldn't keep it together. Not ideal there from him, okay, because that's going to go down as a crash. Previously, he did score a 4.45 for a kite loop back roll. Went for a straight kite loop there. Looked like he had it all in control. As you can see here, good control. Loops the kite nicely, unspins the bar to get the twist of the lines out. And it all looked pretty good, but here, it got a bit wobbly. And that will be a crash for Hunter. So, Robbie James now. Kicker. Loops the kite. A little bit out of control on the way down. Does he land it? No, he doesn't. Wave swallows him up as well. So, Robbie James not having the best of heats just yet. But there is 7 trick attempts. But he really does need to start getting some scores on the board. As you can see here, loops the kite. And it's just a little bit out of control as he comes down. I know a lot of you are rooting for old Robbie James back at home, so hopefully let's see what he can do. Finn Flugel, kite loop late back. Lands it. So Flugel is nice and comfortably out in front once this score drops. Okay, that'll be his second trick counting, as you can see here. Finds the kicker, loops the kite, initiates the back roll rotation, and then down loop with plenty of control, bouncing back up onto the foil. So nicely done there from the German. Andrea now is the next rider to jump. Okay, although the black flag is up, that will go down any second. There you go. Andreas had that second score for that kite loop as well, come in at a 2.93. Finn Flugel, I can see scores dropping as well. Yeah, he's going to bump up into first place now. Andrea, right foot forward. Can she try and initiate a kicker? Just going for what looks to be a straight jump here. So the other score she had for a straight jump was a 1.40. That looked to be a little bit higher, so that's probably going to increase that score, but only really marginal. I don't think it's going to be anything over a 1.7. As you can see, times it quite nicely. Lifts the knees to the chest. And just goes for that straight jump. Okay, so Hunter Becker now. Next rider. As you can see here, we have Robbie James on the left. In the middle, we have Andrea. And then on the far right with the yellow kite is Hunter Becker. So here we go. Hunter Becker now. On the 7-meter reach by the looks of things. Let's see what we can see from this angle with Hunter. Finds the kicker. Kite loop. And sticks it. Does he stick it? Yeah, he just about starts to ride away from that one. So straight jump from Andrea, 1.97. So they liked what they saw there. Hunter Becker there, always spinning under that bar after the loops. And does keep that one together. Okay, so that will be another score trick for Hunter Becker. That'll be his second. Finn Flugel now pushing his way a little bit further in front with the 4.17 of the kite loop back roll. Robbie James, okay, here we go. Robbie James really ideally needs to get this trick landed, otherwise he's going to put pressure on himself, because after this trick attempt of number 4, there are only 3 trick attempts counting, and Robbie James would essentially need to, or want to, land all 3, because top 2 are the ones that go through, and at the moment he is sitting in last place. So what has he got? How can he deal with this one? Hasn't really been able to link the heat together at the moment. The good thing he has is he's jumping left foot forward, which essentially means that he can use these waves and these kickers to his advantage. It's sort of like a ramp. So Robbie James now looking to get that score on the board. Maybe best approach for this one would just be to play it a little bit safer. You know, there's not been any big scores in this heat. Highest scoring trick is a 3.45 from Hunter. But Robbie James has it in the tank. We saw it yesterday where he did land some really nice tricks, some kite loop late back, some front roll rotations as well. He's got it in the tank, but he does need to dial it down now. Hunter Becker now with a 5 as well for the kite loop, so he's now pushed his way into first place. At the moment as it stands, Hunter and Finn will be the 2 riders going through. Robbie James now, right foot forward. Starting to pick up a little bit of speed now, which is always a good sign. Yeah, you can see he's looking, but he nearly lost it there. Can't afford a mistake here. As we follow Robbie from above. What is the approach here of Robbie James? He's no stranger to competition. He knows what to do in these situations. We haven't seen him on tour for a couple of years now, so it's always good to see riders who previously were competing back on tour. And Robbie here, left foot forward. If he can jump left foot forward, then he will as he goes up. Kite loop. And crashes. Robbie James now in a little bit of a pickle. And he's going to need to really, get it together now for the last trick attempts, because 3 of which are counting. You can see he's trying to play it a little bit safe here, which is definitely the right thing to do. But maybe the pressure is just getting to him that little bit. Let's wait and see. Don't ride it off until the end of the heat. Finn Flugel now looking to bump his way back up into first place. He's only got 2 tricks counting, as does everyone else bar Robbie. Four-person heat here for the round number 4, and it will be a 4-man heat as well going forward. Finn Flugel, 8.54 combined score at the moment. Let's get a live wind update. What's it cooking out there? 23 to 26 knots. So there we go. That's the live wind at the moment. Keeping our fingers crossed to try and see maybe a few more knots come our way. Finn Flugel, left foot forward. Here we go. Likes what he sees. Goes up. Back rotation. Looking like a contra loop there. Board off. Back roll contra loop. Board off, if I am correct. Pretty sure he pulled on that front hand there. Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay. I know we've had a few of those replays today. Yeah, you can see there, gets the board off, manages to stick it back up onto the feet. I think that's going to be the highest scoring trick that we've seen in this heat so far. Great that he managed to get the landing together as well. So for sure, judges are going to like... That's going to be his best scoring trick, most definitely, and it's definitely going to pump him up into first place, which will then put pressure on Hunter Becker, because although he is in second place, all these riders still have 3 trick attempts remaining, because we're now going into sequence number 5. So, blue flag is raised. Andrea now, the only woman in this division. We've seen Andrea hit the 4s and 5s as well when it comes to scoring. The issue she has is she jumps a lot and does pretty much every trick right foot forward, so needs to try and pick and find the right bit of sweet swell out there. She goes up, kite loop, lets that bar out. Can the kite catch her? Can she keep it together? No, unfortunately not. It looked like she had it all linked up, but unfortunately there, that will go down as a crash. However, she does have 2 tricks already counting. She has a kite loop as well of a 2.93, so she will be looking to improve that one. The ideal situation now for Andrea would be to try and tick another family here, and then she can get at least 3 tricks counting towards her score. Hunter Becker is up next. After this heat, because we will be going into the semi-finals, we will be taking a 10-minute heat break, because a rider from this heat will be competing in exactly the following heat. So we do take a quick heat break, only for 10 minutes, which is enough to go and make yourself a tea or a coffee, or even just stay behind the screen here. But don't go anywhere. As you can see on the right-hand side there, nice grey clouds coming through. I say nice, maybe that's going to bring a little bit more wind. Maybe it might bring rain as well. Hopefully not, because sometimes the rain can kill the wind. But let's see what happens. Hunter Becker now. At the moment on our screen we have Finn Flugel. So looking for Hunter. Round number 4, heat number 2 here in Sylt. We are day 2 of the Defender GKA Hydrofoil Big Air World Cup, the first Big Air Hydrofoil event of the year. Big thanks to all of our sponsors here that make this event possible. Hope you're enjoying the live stream as well, if you're wherever you're tuning in from. Let me know where you're watching from. I know there's people from all over the world. In South Africa, I know that we've got Adrian tuning in as well from Thailand. Big hello to you guys. Let us know where you're tuning in from and who you're rooting for as well. Who we think is going to take it. As we now have moved on to the red flag. So let's try and get some eyes on Robbie James if possible. There we go, perfect stuff. Hunter Becker, although we missed him, he did do a crash. And here's the replay of Robbie. Did he make it? Oh, he's gone for a straight jump. He's played it safe, but he's, oh, Jesus. Came in a little bit hot there. Okay, tactical here from Robbie James. He's just trying to get a score on the board with the straight jump. Travelled an awful lot of distance downwind there. I thought maybe he was going to lose it, coming down a little bit hot. But a straight jump for Robbie. It's a score on the board, which is a bonus. Finn Flugel now. Going for his 5th trick attempt. Robbie James with the 2 for that straight jump. Okay, so he's now got a score on the board. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for Robbie to match Finn Flugel's score as he goes for that front rotation. Loops the kite with the front hand as well, so that's a contra loop. Lands it nicely. Not straight back up onto the foil. Had a few seconds there of being stationary. But nonetheless, it's definitely one of the more technical moves that we've seen out there. Finn is, yeah, definitely one of the riders today, in fact, that's showing more technical maneuvers, and he's definitely got the higher scores coming in. Nothing below a 4.17. I think one of those lower ones will be knocked out. As you see, he picks it, front roll into the contra loop. And judges liking what they see here. Yeah, that's nice. That's gonna push up that 13.91. So both Andrea and Robbie James will be fighting Hunter Becker for this 2nd place. Finn Flugel edging a little bit further out in front. Andrea now, what did we see last time? We saw a straight jump. She's gone for a kite loop, the biggest one that we've seen her do so far. Can she link it together? Height is your friend, Andrea. Will the judges like that? Will they count it? That's a big question. Question marks rise on that one with the landing. As you can see there from Andrea, a bit more commitment and a bit more height with the loop does help you a lot. It allows you to swing under the kite, allows the kite to catch you and shoot back up to 12 o'clock. And that's what you want. As you can see there, getting great height, really steering the kite. Coming down here, but just goes down towards the shoulders in the water. Does pop up rather quickly though. So let's see what they do. I think if they're going to score that, it's going to be very, very low because of the landing. Or maybe not even scored at all. I think that will go down as a crash. Let's wait and see what comes through. Hunter Becker now. So Hunter Becker's actually in a really good position. Although he's in 2nd place, there are only 2 scores that make up that 9.45. So all he has to do to run away from Robbie and Andrea is just, you know, put a trick together that's going to tick another family. He's got a kite loop back roll and a kite loop. So maybe the a front rotation would do that nicely for him. And then that would really put the pressure on Robbie. I mean, Robbie's got pressure going into all the way to the end now because he really needs to ideally land the last 2 tricks that he has to give himself a fighting chance of going into 1st place. He needs a 7.46 to go into 2nd. Hunter needs a 6.17 to go into 1st. Both doable. As we try to locate Hunter. That's not Hunter, that's Alex Soto. He'll be up in the water very, very shortly. But just struggling at the moment to just locate. We're looking for that yellow north kite, aren't we? So where is it? As now the red flag is up. So red flag's up now in the sky, which means that it's Robbie James. Okay, so again, Hunter Becker has crashed. Maybe he has even come in. If we can't see him out there, I'm just going to poke my head out the side of the window after Robbie James's trick, obviously. Goes up. Front roll. But crashes. Going into that really tentative by the looks of things, Robbie there. Not showing a lot of commitment going into that 6th trick attempt. You know, needs a little bit more speed, commitment, power going into the trick. As you can see here, even after just struggling to feel connected, I guess, to the kit and to the conditions out there. It is a little bit windier. And we would love to see a fighting finish here between Robbie and Hunter. I'm pretty sure, I think, you know, Finn Flugel now is very much in a comfortable position to be going through, although he does still have 2 trick attempts remaining. He's landed every trick he's performed bar the second. Finn Flugel goes up, back roll, board off, kite loop, crash. So, last trick attempts now for our riders. What does Andrea need to go into 2nd place? She needs a 4.56. She has 2 tricks counting. So, sensible decision here for Andrea is to absolutely send it and do something that maybe she hasn't done before. She needs to go for another family. If she doesn't go for another family, she needs to improve on one of her scores quite drastically. Either go for a huge kite loop, but the kite loops themselves with no rotation aren't going to be scoring very high. So really the only option she has is to maybe go for something like a kite loop back roll, or, you know, contra loop as well could score nicely with some sort of added rotation. But we have seen Andrea do pretty much every trick, I think, going right foot forward. As we follow her from above. Goes for kite loop, crash. So that will be the end of the road now for Andrea. Big hats off to you. You've been great throughout yesterday as well. Great to see you compete here. But that will be the end of the road for Andrea in round number 4, because after that crash, sorry, contra loop there, yeah, we're not going to see her advance. So this is where it gets interesting now. Finn Flugel is going to be going through. That's a given. So it comes down to Hunter Becker and Robbie James. That's Alex Soto there. He'll be up shortly. But I don't think Hunter's out on the water. No, I can't see any North Kite app on the water. So Hunter's clearly come in for whatever reason. And Robbie James really has a chance here to put it together. But he needs a big score. He needs a 7.46. And to be honest, we haven't seen, even yesterday, many scores really above that sort of range. So he's got to go big here. He's got to commit to something and get what we like to call, myself and Joe, a buzzer beater. Love a buzzer beater. So Robbie James, who's going to be next once that black flag goes down. Okay, here we go. Robbie James now. Red flag goes up. So he needs a 7.46 to go through into the semi-finals. The only score he has is just the straight jump, which is on trick attempt number 5. That scored the 2. So he needs a 7.46. He probably knows he's got to go massive as well. So let's see him. Let's get eyes on Robbie James. Pretty sure he's there on the left-hand side. Yeah, here he is. Nope, that is Joselito. Joselito will be in the next heat, as I believe Robbie might be on the left-hand side here. Some of the riders in the next heat are actually out on the water now, so do apologise if we do quickly link up into the wrong rider. We are doing our best to find Robbie out there. Keep those eyes looking forward. But we have now moved over to the black lycra, which is Finn Flugel. Unfortunately, they're missing out on Robbie James. Yeah, so that's going to be the end of the road for Robbie. Even our judges couldn't see Robbie out there. So, unfortunately for him, that's going to be the end of the road. Which means that Yeah, Finn Flugel here is going to be the rider that makes it through. He did crash his last one, but it's not to worry. So quite an interesting heat there, actually. Both Hunter Becker actually coming off the water, hence why we couldn't actually find his tricks towards the back end of the trick. So, yeah, missing Hunter's 3 tricks at the end, but he was not on the water. Same for Robbie James by the looks of things on his last heat. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be kicking things off in about 10 minutes' time with the semi-finals of this discipline. So we're just going to whip over to a quick commercial break, which will then shortly follow with some heat highlights from that last heat.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist, auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu, Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
There's so many different places that I've never seen before, and a million things I never felt this way. Time to go now. New horizons waiting, sail away with me. Where the oceans meet the sky.
AIDA. Erlebt euch anders.
Got me upside down, spinning around you. I wanna taste the clouds, dance with them. Take a jump around your
kurz Update nochmal zu der Projektion. Das sagen wir ein, die Halbfinale lief langweilig würde es nicht werden. Wir haben bei Sylt gewundert, weil wir Ausflugslinie dann mal hinter das Viertelfinale gespielt, der vor 7 Auftritten beendet wurde. Das hat er hervorragend funktioniert. Hatte nicht gewonnen, sicher eingezogen ins Halbfinale. Da sind wir mal gespannt, was der Sylt zu erzählen hat. So, jetzt haben wir ja den Tim hier für die Bühne angekündigt, aber ich kann es gut verstehen. Er hat ja uns wohl gerade mitgeteilt, dass er noch einen kleineren Zeit aufbaut. Er ist ja gleich im Halbfinale mit dabei. Deswegen wollen wir dabei jetzt wieder nicht stören. Wir werden sicher im Verlauf des Tages noch die Gelegenheit haben, mit ihm zu sprechen. Vielleicht macht er das Halbfinale. Oder wenn er dann im Finale ist, dann sogar ans Finale. Das bedeutet also jetzt noch 5 Minuten Pause hier und dann gehen wir rein in die Halbfinale, die wir in der Entscheidung Hydrofoil. Freuen wir uns drauf. Das Ganze wird jetzt wirklich ein toller, spektakulärer Tag. flag is up. Mark. Rote Flagge geht also hoch, 3 Minuten noch und dann startet das erste Halbfinale. Alright, so we have now the first semi-final. Hunter Baker, one of guys of big score about the water. Hunter, you are first, you know, let us read. We're going to have Pastorito del Rosario and Alex Torres, right? Once again, Hunter here, Pastorito and Alex, you are next. Number 1 of the 105.
So welcome back everybody, and yeah, joined now with Teo, who's actually competing, or was competing in the hydrofoil discipline, also in the kite surf as well. Firstly, Teo, how is it to be back at Sylt, and yeah, what do you reckon to the conditions this year?
I mean, I have to say this year conditions are pretty epic. We have some wind, some sun. What can we ask more? So, I mean, I wasn't competing on the hydrofoil, and now I'm focused on the strapless freestyle discipline. And it looks like we have some wave, we have some good wind, so it's going to be epic action.
Yeah,
looking forward.
Definitely, yeah, looking forward to it. And it's a pleasure to have you join me in the booth. I've been riding it solo for the moment, but I've just heard the buzzer go. So we're going to be going back over to the water very, very shortly. Looking at the list of riders we've got here: Hunter Becker, Pierre Schneider, Joselito, and Alex Soto. Give me a little insight into these riders, because you know you're a rider yourself on tour. You do spend a bit of time with them. Yeah, what do you reckon to these four?
I think four of them are really, really good rider. We have the two Dominican rider that's going to really send it. They're used to those conditions, a bit choppy with onshore wind, so I think they can do really well. My teammate Joselito is here on the water, and I think he got a good setup to do good during this heat. And then we got Hunter, the guy from the US that is pretty good. He has some innovation tricks too, so yeah, we can expect some good thing from him. And obviously Pierre also from Switzerland is also really good. I've seen him doing some crazy stuff here.
Yeah, he's been riding well actually. I mean, look at the riders here on the screen there with the graphics. You can see Hunter Beck is going to be kicking things off.
Sure.
Followed by Pierre Schneider. Then we're going to have your teammate, as you said, Joselito, and then wrapping things up, Alex Soto. So that's going to be the order of this heat, starting things off with the blue lycra. I believe that there is Pierre Schneider. He'll be second to jump, but actually Hunter Becker has already jumped. So here we go. Pierre Schneider going left foot forward. What have we got? Waiting, finding the right kicker. How important is it to find the right kicker out there?
Look, the most important thing is finding the speed. Go get some speed before the kicker, and that's what happens. Sometimes it's super tricky because it's a bit choppy, so you have to make sure you don't fall before getting the kicker. And it's so important when you have the right kicker, the right timing, that's where you go the higher as possible. So like timing is really, really key.
Yeah, we've seen quite some of the riders are actually, you know, their preferences going, you know, the other way with the right foot forward, and you can see the riders actually going this way like Pierre. When they time it with the kicker, they get a lot more height as back roll kite loop followed by the back roll rotation as well there.
Sick one. Oh, that's going to be a crash.
Yeah, the landing. I mean, how crucial is the landing as well? I mean, the judges, they're looking for the execution of the tricks, and the landings does come into play a lot.
Absolutely. The thing is, when you jump, obviously you're looking for the kicker, but when you land, you're looking for the sweet spot where it's going to be a bit flatter in between two waves, because sometimes it can be tricky on the landing. So that's also something you really have to masterize to be able to land pretty well.
Nice. Yeah, we've had a few comments as well from people tuning in, just talking about equipment-wise. What was the setup for you when you were out on the water? I mean, it was similar conditions. If I'm looking at the live wind reader, at the moment we're looking at about 22 to 26 knots in the gust. So it has been picking up rather slowly, actually. I thought maybe it'd be a little bit windier at this time of day, What were you riding? What was your foil setup? What was your kite setup?
So basically my foil setup, actually I had the same board as Rosalito that is riding right now on your screen. So it's the 3.7 Logic from Cabrina, which is a very versatile board. You can use it for a lot of things, and it works really well for kite foiling. And at the same time I had the 84 centimeter mast. That's a pretty good size, I would say, because if you go too long, it's going to be pretty hard to land. But the longer also the mast is, the higher you can jump.
Yeah.
So it's all about finding that balance where you can jump high but still make sure you will land pretty clean.
Still be in control. And kite size, were you on a 7?
I was on the 7 because we saw a big cloud at the behind, far away. I proved the wind will be stronger, and that was my smallest kite, so I took it. But I could have been on 9 maybe, or 8 meter.
Yeah,
definitely.
No.
That was a drifter, which is my wave kite, because I took it for the strapless discipline too. But it was actually working pretty well on the loops and stuff. So, and yesterday during the light wind condition we had, I had the new Moto X work design from Cabrina, Alula kite, and it was insane the difference in like light wind.
We noticed that as well. Yeah, we do see some of our riders there riding the Alula. Joselito there for his first trick.
Sick.
Stomps it down nicely. Probably hopefully get a replay on that as well. Talk us through this one. Believe this is not the replay there. That's all good though, as we can see the crowds now starting to form on the beach. We're now, local time is 11:30, so it's nearly 12 o'clock now, nearly midday. And one of the great things about Sylt, we get such a good crowd, don't we, as Joselito here, going for that front rotation.
Sick, with a control loop. It's always so important to start through it with, yeah, perfect. I mean, yeah, it's important to make sure you land your first tricks and it gives you confidence, and it's in the right mindset for the rest of the heat, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, no, most definitely. As we can see here, drone in the sky, which is always good to see. So 4 riders. Alex Soto is now next to jump. Alex Soto is, I think he finished 2nd in last year's rankings.
Yeah,
just falling
exactly.
short to Charles.
Exactly, that was it. And he improved a lot. Oh, we didn't see the beginning, but he's riding really well lately. He's very impressive.
Yeah, no, Alex Soto is riding really, really well.
Ooh, yeah, sometimes. You see, when he landed, he was on the wave, so sometimes it's hard to find the balance. When you're on the wave, you're kind of surfing, at the same time the kite is drifting. So you really have to control that at that moment.
So that's the first round of tricks done for our riders. 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. I mean, how would you play heat out here, Theo? What's your sort of mindset going in? What do you like to open up with? Do you just go for something like a straight jump or a kite loop, or do you like to add in the rotation to kick things off?
I like to make sure my first 2 tricks are something I will probably land, like at least 90% of chance I land them.
Yeah.
Like this, give you confidence, and you build like a solid base for the rest of the heat, and then you can take, the more the heat advance and the more points you've got already, the more risk you can take. And I think it's a good way to kick things off.
Yeah, no, we definitely see some, you know, if the riders don't get those first scores under their belt,
yeah,
you do see them sort of get a little bit scatty out there
sure.
and get a bit
you
more
get the
sort
pressure
of tense,
on you.
and you can definitely see them, you know, maybe not jump as high. They want to just play it a little bit safe.
Exactly, exactly.
And sometimes that can, you know, play not in your favor.
Definitely.
Okay, so here we go then. I think we are back in motion with Hunter Becker. Just checking out the sky here. Blue flag is up. So yes, we are with Hunter Becker. Again, just trying to locate Hunter. But Pierre Schneider has been riding very well all comp, which is always a good one to see. Alex Soto there with the 7 with that contra-loop front roll ball off. So highest score, I think maybe of the day that we've seen so far.
It is, I think so.
He had a great heat yesterday as well, Alex. He's, like you said, rides really well, and one of those riders as well, especially on the Hydrofoil, that does like show plenty of power and commitment going into his moves.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's very versatile in his riding. Okay, Pierre going for spinning super fast.
Yeah, back roll, kite loop with multiple back rotations afterwards as well.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a nice one. That's one he pretty much has done that every move.
Heat.
Yeah. Every heat he's opened up with that, or done it as his 2nd or 3rd trick.
Yeah, I guess every rider has the trick that they really got pretty like in the pocket. So you have to do that one and kind of in the beginning, so you build confidence and you make some score on the board for sure.
Perfect. Okay, so next to jump now, Joselito. As we can see, the red flag is up. So 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. We're in sequence number 2. 6.13 for the contra loop front roll for Joselito to open things up. And the 2 Dominicans are the riders that wrap up the heat. So here he is, Joselito, your teammate, Teo.
Absolutely. Let's see what he's going for. He's looking to get some speed, looking for the kicker. Looks like the swell is getting more and more in now with the onshore wind. Okay, going for it. Kite to board off. Let's go. And it changed the way. Oh, almost.
Almost. Yeah, we see those kite loop board off score really nicely as well when performed.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be a crash, as you say. He'll
Sure.
try that one again, though, for sure.
Oh, definitely. He got it in the pocket. He did it in Brazil a lot, and that's a pretty good one. It scores a lot most of the time.
Okay, so now we go over to Alex Soto, current heat leader, plenty of power.
Oh, I think he missed. Was not the way he expected.
No, he didn't get the takeoff, did he?
Yeah, was tricky a bit with the kicker. Sometimes that's what happened. You just miss the pop, the takeoff, and then you kind of miss all your tricks.
Yeah, Alex is actually one of those riders, like we say about jumping left foot forward or right foot forward and using the kickers to your advantage.
Yeah.
He does a lot of his tricks going right foot forward. And for a rider that does take off right foot forward at this spot, he does do well to get the height that he does without really using the kicker to its full advantage.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
So there we go. Andrea there, the only female that was competing with you guys out there, and threw it down, didn't she?
Yeah, she was killing it, huh? She was pretty good on the water, for sure.
Yeah, we saw some great moves there, really keen to compete. And now the wind now starting to increase a little bit more. We're pushing now 24 knots, which is always good. As yeah, like you see the crowd now starting to form as well. The sun is out, the wind is blowing.
Oh,
Wouldn't have it any other way, would you?
Absolutely, couldn't be better than this, I think.
So Alex Soto as well, one of the riders that is with Miso boards. They really focus on the boards, which is really interesting. They'll be joining us as well next week over in Dunkirk at our test event, which is going to be an exciting event as well. We've got all the brands coming down there.
Nice.
And yeah, after the Hydrofoil, we don't have long left. We're in our semi-finals now as Pierre Schneider going for the back roll kite loop with a 1-footer.
1 foot. Did he get it? Yeah.
He's pretty clean on the landing
Yeah,
slip, yeah.
He's very, very consistent on the landing. But I mean, that's what you want, to make sure you get a lot of scores. So now it's going to be time for Joselito to go. We don't see much of kite changes today because the shore break is pretty tricky to get out of the water. Sometimes rider will change the kites to do different tricks, maybe try double loops or big single loops. But today everyone is staying pretty much on the same sizes because you can really struggle to get out of the water, the beach again, get back in the water.
Yep, definitely. No, it's good to mention that. I mean, especially in the sort of big air disciplines, we do tend to see kite changes sometimes.
Yes, a lot.
You know, I mean, we see it all the time on the twin tip division when it's nuking. People, you know, start to do tricks with that one loop, and then they might switch up with the double loops and go a little bit smaller.
Oh yeah, he missed was a tricky one with the kicker.
Yeah, Joselito though, I still think we're going to focus and stay with him.
Yeah, so Joselito, I think it's a pretty interesting hit because the Joselito and Alex, that's the one we saw in the semi-final in Brazil. So they already took together second and third place, which is pretty interesting hit to see already some pretty big name sending it in the semi-final.
So Joselito here going for the kite loop board off again. You can see lacking a bit of tension in the lines there.
Yeah, sure. He probably doesn't have enough wind also with the 7 meter right now, because some other are on 8 meter. But I mean, it's with the cloud at the back, the wind could pick up. You never know here; everything can happen. So
it's been an interesting forecast actually. I mean, it's a promising forecast for the event. I mean,
it is.
It's a really good forecast here for Sylt. But I have to say, like, it has looked a little bit windier on the forecast, and it hasn't quite come through yet.
Sure, I think it's gonna increase during the day, and build in the next few days too. So I'm looking forward to see the strapless action, and I think we're gonna have some decent riding.
Yeah, no, the strapless is going to be good there, and unfortunately Alex crashing out on that one, not able to link the landing. And I've just had a little bit of inside information just about Hunter. Some of you are wondering, you know, where is Hunter? What is he doing? Actually, he's broken his board.
Yeah,
so
I saw him going out of the water with the board broken, so that's probably why he's not in the heat right now. But
maybe
I
he's
think
trying to fish around and find one.
he may be changing his board and coming back. I don't know, because I think he has a second board.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? In a semi-final of a World Cup, he'd be having the second board. Hopefully, he'll be able to join us for the remaining of this heat. But we are now on trick attempt, I believe, number 4. Yes, we are in trick attempt number 4. Blue flag is up now, so yes, this would be Hunter to jump, but as we mentioned, he does currently have a broken board, so hopefully we'll be seeing him later on in the heat if he can manage to rig up and get back out there. But if not, next to jump would be Pierre, who is the only rider so far to put to land all 3 of his tricks, although 2 are only counting. It's all about ticking the right families, isn't it? You got to tick the families.
Definitely, you got to make sure because it's 2 tricks per family, like you don't go above that, because one of the score is not going to count if not. So you really have to diversify, or make sure you are in the right category in terms of amount of tricks.
And that's something that you plan ahead of going onto your heat. You think, okay, I'm going to tick this one, this one, this one, and
yeah,
and
sure,
go for that.
sure, definitely, because would be too sad to make a good score and it doesn't count because it's the 3rd one of the family or something like that. So you really have to play smart on that point.
No, definitely. So Pierre now, the flag has been raised, black flag, so he's now going for 4th trick attempt. And in a good position at the moment. Left foot forward, using the kicker, goes up, takes the board off, looking like a contra loop as well. But again, looks like the kite loops are struggling at the moment. Maybe they're, like you said, slightly too small. They don't have enough kite.
I think so. And they didn't really plan to have another kite on the beach. Look, it's 9 meter, probably for Lorenzo going out on the next hit. So
yeah,
I think sizes start to increase because the wind is maybe not strong as expected, even though it's really strong.
Yeah, it is windy out there, but maybe it doesn't have the density.
Exactly. They like to be really, really power. It's crazy because people would think on the foil you don't take big kites, but like for bigger foiling, definitely they want to be really highly power.
That's the great thing about this discipline, isn't it? I mean, it really can showcase itself in the lighter winds, but as you say, in this specific discipline, later here going for a kite loop late back. Can he stick it? Always bouncing around all over the shot.
Stay on foil.
But he does, stay on foil, as you say.
Perfect.
So that's going to be the second trick counting for Joselito, which will improve that 6.13. But yes, we do. I guess the riders do want power, don't they?
Definitely, they want some. They want to go high. They want to send loop, and yeah, that's what the judges want to see also. So it's important to be on the right kite with a good amount of power.
No, for sure. So Alex Soto is going to be following Joselito here. Scores to drop for Joselito. Pierre Schneider with the crash for his 4th trick attempt. He does currently sit, however, at the moment in 1st place. Alex Soto only with 1 score on the board, but it's a good one. It's a 7. So here he goes, left foot forward. Finds the kicker. Board off. But again, just going down and collecting that board. Just give it a little bit more background information for you guys with Mio boards as Lorenzo Casati makes his way out onto the water for the next heat. Mio boards are, like I said, they really focus on the board development. They're super sustainable eco boards made out of wood. There's no foam, there's no toxic ingredients either with them. Mio stands for the main ingredients being organic. Okay, so that's a little bit of background information. And some of our riders out in this competition riding for them were Alex Soto, Robbie James, Borja Velon, who is going to be up in the next heat. They're all riding Mio. So, I mean, there's plenty of kit out there now, though, isn't there?
It is, definitely. It's pretty crazy.
Sophia Monti here, one of the kite surf riders, rigging up the Rebel there. She'll be competing later on today, probably going to go out and have a bit of a training session. You were down here nice and early this morning, weren't you? 6:30 or something?
Yeah, I was pumping my kite pretty early this morning, and then I waited a bit for the wind to kick in to get in the water. But there were a lot of strapless rider training at the moment, so everyone is on fire for the strapless discipline.
Yeah, what do you make of these conditions for the strapless discipline?
I think it's pretty good because it's kind of diversified. Now the short break is building. We kind of see some wave that kind of allows you to do some turns, some airs, some tricks. So I think it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a mix probably of freestyle, big air, and wave riding.
Yep.
Which
Definitely.
sounds like a really cool show.
Yeah, tick all the boxes, as you can see Sophia there getting ready. It's going to be a good show once we wrap things up with the Hydrofoil Big Air. So at the moment now we go back onto Pierre Schneider as Hunter Becker still struggling to find a board. So Pierre now, 5th trick attempt. He is still in first place actually, but you can see it's a little bit tight at the top as he barks that kite to 12. Loops the kite with the board off nice and quickly. And does manage to stick it.
Always, huh? It's crazy. He's really good on the landing.
He is very, very. He looks like he comes in at sort of a weird angle, like he's going to
true.
land
You
tail
will think
first.
he will stop the ball and the foil, and then yeah, he always keep it.
No, it's great to see from Pierre. As the replay shows here, loops the kite. Doesn't really extend a lot though on the board off there, but I think that was due to a lack of height.
Exactly, I think so. He did not have enough time in the air to really extend, but the judges, that's one of the main criteria, is that when you do a ball off or 1 foot, really extend the leg, make it look easy and steady.
Yeah, although that was a really good move, I can see some of the scores coming in now from the judges. They're not looking like they're going to be too high. It will count as another family tick for Pierre, but it's going to be his lowest trick, I think, of his collection. But it will bump him up that little bit further into first place now with a 13.36 with the kite loop board off. Joselito, another rider actually, that's trying to do the kite loop board off. Let's see if he goes for it one more time. So, Joselito
goes for it.
Looking like maybe he's going for the old Rodeo there.
Yeah. Oh, almost.
Yeah, going to be a crash there for Joselito. And again...
Yeah, sometimes you can get very frustrated trying the same tricks again and again. The doubts start to take place, and it's hard in those positions.
Yeah, and also on that last one, it actually didn't look like he was going in with much power.
Yeah, no, right.
Not a lot of speed, yeah, and I think that was then equated to a lack of height. And yeah, unfortunately there for him, that's going to be a crash. Alex Soto is up next. In the next heat, it's going to be exciting. We've got, you know, Charles Waddell in the next heat, Finn Flugel as well, Borja Velon, who actually had one of the best scores of the day yesterday. Yeah, he's a great rider. Great to see, yeah, sort of a new face as well. As we now focus back into the drone, Alex Soto looking to try and get his second trick loaded, which he does. We just missed the start of that trick.
Yeah, I don't think he looped the kite. I think he played it safe to make sure he has a second score on the board.
It looks a little bit frustrated out there, maybe.
Yeah, maybe off the win. I don't know exactly. Oh, talking with Joselito actually.
Yeah, the two of them coming out of the Dominican Republic. Probably train quite a lot together as well.
For sure, I think in Cabarete they must be training a lot over there, which is quite similar condition with choppy water, onshore winds, side on at least.
Yep.
Not the same temperature though.
Is it cold out there?
No, it's super warm there.
Yeah, but here
yeah. No, actually I was on 4-3 wetsuit because from the Caribbean, I'm also from the Caribbean, so I better take pretty thick wetsuits. And yeah, it was pretty warm out there. You know, when you're competing, you're always like energized and stuff, so you don't get so cold actually. But it's important to be in the right temperature.
There you go. A few of the beach goers enjoying the vibes down here in Sylt as it starts to get a bit busier now coming up to midday. So plenty of competition left. And if you've just joined us, welcome. We're on day 2 here in Sylt. So we're focusing on Hydrofoil Big Air. And then, as you mentioned, Tara, we'll be seeing you again later on today in the kite surf division.
Yes, hit number 7 of the round number 1.
There we go. Who have you got?
I'm against Alex Midler, which is from Germany, so he's a bit of local guy.
Yeah.
And then Gray Foster from the US.
Yeah, Gray Foster from the US. So, yeah, good heat on your hands there as well. I mean, every heat is a tough heat, isn't it?
Absolutely. When you look, all the heats is like, wow, you're like, I don't want to be anywhere. It's super rough, but I mean, that's what's cool. It's really challenging. So every time you pass one heat, you can get really satisfied and keep going forward.
Yeah, and we've got the return as well of the previous world champ James Carew, who's back in the mix as well after a big injury in Tarifa last year.
To make it even a bit complicated.
It makes it that little bit harder, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pierre Schneider now goes up, front roll rotation, loops the kite as well.
Yeah,
always doesn't miss, does he?
Yeah, always landing.
So Pierre
his girlfriend,
here,
super
Andreas,
happy for him.
yeah, his girlfriend, we've just been told. She'll be happy that he's currently still sitting in first place. Looking to book his way into a final. Just doesn't miss in the landings, does he?
Never, huh? Crazy. It's going to be pretty interesting because between both of the Dominican, we have a really close course.
Yeah. But look, yeah, I mean, look at the, there's not a lot in it. I mean,
yeah,
Alex Soto scored, as you said, you were right. He played it safe with that straight jump. It was a board off.
Sure.
That scored 2.53. As you can see now on your screens, the scores dropped there. So, yeah, he's edged a little bit closer now to Joselito. Both riders have 2 tricks counting. The only one with 3 is Pierre, which is why he's out in front. Bit highest score of the heat so far is that conch loop front roll board off, which Alex Soto opened up with. But Joselito now looking for that 3rd trick attempt. Sorry, that 3rd scoring trick. Looking like a back roll kite loop there.
Yeah, it is. Oh, with a crash.
Yeah, I think that will go down as a crash. It was a little bit sketchy and scatty on the landing. I mean, we've got a replay here. So back roll, loops the kite, goes for a grab as well on the nose of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little bit messy. Well, it was not a little bit messy, very messy there on the landing. Looks like the tide's coming in as well.
Also,
so
right.
They're hitting high tide now. But let's see what the judges make of that. I mean, if it's going to score, it's going to be very low. But I think, yeah, it's going to be down as a crash. So, Alex Soto here, trick attempt number 6. Had the chance. Front roll.
Oh.
Heavy landing. Yeah, he's absolutely, he's very frustrated out there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. When you are just know, like, this is going to be the last attempt after this one.
And he's still in 3rd place as well. So he needs a score.
He needs to land it.
Yeah.
But, and also we have to see what Joselito will do.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I mean, it all depends sometimes now as well what Joselito does. Joselito crashes. Alex Soto can either play it 2 ways. He can either go and try and improve the straight jump and maybe board off because that's quite a low score, or we can try and tick another family.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, when you're in the water, it's on this spot you cannot really communicate and see what are the scores. You don't really know the scores, so
yeah.
Which means he's probably want to go for something big because he don't know. Like, if he will know, he just have to do something really easy and safe. He will done it, but maybe he doesn't know it, so he will go for something big, I guess.
So it's going to get interesting now. For those of you that just tuned in and are wondering maybe why Hunter Becker doesn't have a score, he does have a broken board. So he looks like he hasn't been able to make it out during this semi-final. So it will be the end of the road for Hunter. His blue flag, as you can see on the right-hand side there, is being raised, but he's actually not out there due to that issue. So next to jump would be Pierre Schneider, who will be going on when the black flag is getting raised. And Pierre actually is having a great heat. He's currently in 1st place. He's got 3 scores counting, 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are counting. The only rider to have that at the moment during this heat. And then, I mean, for the top 3, it's anyone's game. I mean, Joselito and Alex Soto can both still go through. It all depends really as well what happens with Pierre here. If he crashes, the door's definitely left open for the 2 Dominican Republic riders. But let's see what we have here as we focus now onto Pierre for his final trick attempt. Oh, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, no, that's when you have to take the risk to go fast before taking off. That's when it gets tricky.
Yeah, let's see if he gets flagged out here. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I can see the black flag still up, so tells me that he's still got a bit of time.
Yeah, you just need to go fastly for it. Not lose so much time.
Yeah, he's got to go now. He's got to go on this tack here. There's a little bit of, yeah, some nice rolling sets coming in.
Yeah, good kicker coming in. Not losing time, going for the loop.
S-loop.
Oh, S-loop. Oh, not quite getting it, but
First one we've seen of the competition so far. The attempted S-loop. Not much height on there. I mean, it was a risky...
It was a risky move, but I mean, he didn't risk much because he's still in he's in first position, so it was good. I guess a good strategy.
Oh, he really pulling on the lines.
He really pushed it. Huh? He provoked the S-loop. Wow.
It's what you want to see there. Maybe that's going to sort of open the door now and open the minds of maybe some of the other riders on the water and think, you know what, it's time to open up that can there, and maybe we're going to see S-loops, and hopefully if it starts to pick up a little bit more, you know, maybe we'll see some doubles. But just going to get a live win report now as Joselito.
Oh, he's just playing it safe, I think. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh shit.
Joselito. He wanted that straight jump to just get a couple of extra points.
And not quite getting it at the end.
Yeah, that would have definitely put pressure on Alex Soto there. Yeah. What happened here? I mean, he's just gone for the straight jump with a rotation. Pretty much lands, but just, loses it. That's going to be a crash. So it all comes down to this jump. Alex Soto is in third place, but he is only 0.36 away.
I mean, he just have to go for a straight jump and he will pass over, but does he know it? Does he gonna play it safe, or he's gonna risk it to get a good score? Let's see.
Let's see. Oh gosh, he looks like he might
he's
lose
going
it
for
a little
it.
bit. You think he's gonna go for it?
Yeah, I think so. He's going fast. Let's see. Oh. Oh.
He's got to land it. He's got to land it to go through.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah. That's going to book himself a place.
For sure, and to get to the final.
Tell you what though, it looked a bit nervy going into that, didn't he? It looked like he was maybe going to lose it and maybe go a bit too fast or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's always so much pressure when
I thought he was about to lose it as well.
Exactly.
On the board.
Yeah, you never know. Like, you really have to, when it's the last attempt and everything is on these tricks, you have a lot of pressure on your shoulder. But he got it.
Okay, well there we go. Still waiting for scores to drop on that heat. Don't go anywhere because very shortly we will be coming up with the second men's semi-final. But we're pretty sure that once the score drops for Alex Soto, it's going to be Pierre Schneider and Alex Soto going through. That is still TBC, waiting for Alex Soto's scores to come in. It is looking very likely that that is going to be the case. Don't go anywhere. Very shortly, the second semi-final is going to be coming your way. So here we go, the second semi-final coming your way. Top two are going to be making it through, and what a heat we have on our hands here, Theo. Lorenzo Casati, Finn Flugel, Borja Velon, and your world champion as it stands, Charles Brodel. What do we reckon to these four riders? Who is your money on? Who's going through?
I mean, for sure everyone can go through those guys. They're really good. Like Lorenzo is an insane big air rider on the twin tip, so he know how to do those tricks. You know, it's just a matter of how can you land them. That's the thing. And Finn has a really good freestyle background, but he's killing it on the foil. He's the lighter rider out there, and he goes big. So it's gonna be great action. Charles, obviously, the one that we're gonna see. I've seen him ride. Is pretty insane, damn good. So no, it's gonna be awesome action.
Yeah, Borja as well, coming out of Spain, had a really good day yesterday. One of the best heat scores. I believe it was the second best heat score. No, that was Charles, sorry, from yesterday, had the second best heat score. Alex Soto was also up there, but Borja had a great day yesterday as well, as our riders are now just getting into the flow. I'm not sure if that was the first trick from Lorenzo Casati or not, just loading up the system here. But it's a second semi-final. It's a tough one to see who's going to go through here. Four really good. I mean, this is essentially as well, you can look at this as a final.
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
Four riders could be in the final.
It is. It's crazy. The level is so high. And look, the waves are starting to increase even at the back. You got the sandbar that breaks the wave outside. And between the beach and this sandbar, you have a bit of flatter part. So they really try to jump in this area, but the swell is increasing with the onshore wind getting strong. I think it's promising also for the kitesurf discipline.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Charles Waddell get a total score of 18 points, which was the second highest of the day. Alex Soto had a total of 19. Okay, so those are the sort of scores we were looking at scoring yesterday. Maybe now with the conditions, as you mentioned, with it being hopefully a little bit more windier, definitely with that higher tide as well, it looks like we've got slightly better swell in regards to the sort of the height and the amplitude of those kickers. Lorenzo Casati did open up there with that move. That's coming in. Scores are dropping very soon, and the scoreboard will be visible on your screens shortly. Finn Flugel just doesn't look like, maybe he's quite confused with if his flag is raised. I can see the black flag on the beach is raised. He is second to jump, so he should be going now.
He should be going quickly because he tried to jump, he missed the takeoff, and I think he's not sure if they like count it as a jump or not. But looks like he's taking the speed to go for a new one.
Yeah, you can
definitely
see now. Oh, he's too busy looking at the beach.
Yeah, he should focus only on his performances. Hopefully, look, the kicker coming outside, so...
You know the kickers are big now when you can't actually see the rider.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, when the rider disappears over the wave, you know that there's been an increase.
Oh, look,
4.83.
it's even breaking at this area. Oh, he's still jumping pretty high. Oh.
Finn Flugel, how the...
Look, it's pretty rough now to land also. It's choppy on the landing.
And also tough on the takeoff by the looks of things.
Both of them are really hard, takeoff and landing. Look, it's breaking even more than before on all the spots.
Yeah. So kickers are really coming through now. Some nice ramps for our riders. Winds increase. We've got 25, 26, gusting up to 30 knots now. So this is what we want to see as we reach the latter stages of the hydrofoil competition. As we're now into the semi-final with a final shortly to follow after this heat, we are going to be seeing hopefully some bigger moves. We did see an attempted S-loop from, was it Pierre Schneider in the last heat. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of that. Borja now going for his first trick.
Jumping really high.
That's going to be scored.
Yeah, it's going to be scored. Looks like they all been in the water in like 8 or 9 meter, where the previous heat was more into the 7 meter kites. So I think they play like a strategy to go higher, do one loop, but with more amplitude and more power.
Yeah.
Instead of this morning, they were talking a lot about taking 6 meter and go for double loops, but it seems like they went for a bigger kite. And
yeah, I think you can see they've gone on the bigger kite as well, because before they're actually jumping, they're looking a little bit more like on edge, out of control, like they're slightly overpowered.
Absolutely. Now he's on 9 meter, I think, Charles. And Lorenzo seems like he was also.
Yeah, Lorenzo's on a 9. We know that. Charles here.
Ooh. You know, the way he extends his leg and during the jump is really what the judges want to see. Is really having a good trick. I mean, he always lands this pretty well.
Yeah, Charles here, you can see here riding the F1, going for that kite loop board off, making it look so easy there.
Yeah, when you look at him, it's like, wow, seems too easy.
Yeah, he's been with F1 for quite a while now as well. Does a lot of their development as well for the kites, I was told, and has been working on new products coming out there, and is really one of those riders that pushes the hydrofoil discipline. As you can see here as well, looks like a new kite.
It is, yeah. He actually designed them by himself. Like he was the one that designed this kite. Is trying some prototype.
Yeah, let's see how he performs with it in this heat. I mean, he had a great show yesterday. I mean, he had 7 tricks all landed in his heat. He was the only rider to not crash a single move, and he started things off very nicely here with the kite loop board off. Charles riding spends a lot of time down in Barcarez training. Have you been to that spot?
Place. I've been here in the past to do some beer on 20, but a long time ago. But the way he jumps over there and he do double, triple loop, it's pretty insane.
Back roll kite loop into another back roll by the looks of things on that one. So
he's happy with the landing.
Yeah, great landing there. I think that 9 meters paying off for him.
Yeah, Lorenzo is quite riding well now.
Yeah, more familiar now. You can see there, back roll, initiates the loop straight after, and then puts in that second rotation on the free fall down. You can see happy there with the landing. Another family ticked. 2 tricks, 2 scores. That's exactly how you want to start a heat.
Absolutely.
Finn Flugel now is the next one to jump. Had a crash to begin with. Looked like he was a bit confused with the start, but here we go. Finn Flugel on your screens now. A fan favorite here in Germany.
Oh yes, all the public on the beach watching him and cheering for him.
So here we go, Finn Flugel now. The youngest rider in this competition, the lightest as well.
Also, he's also in 7 meter, I believe, so...
Yeah, so he's going to be powered.
He is really powered.
Going for multiple front row rotations with a kite loop, with a contra loop, I think. I can hear the crowd.
Yeah, we hear the crowd.
You can hear the crowd. Yeah, all cheering for Finn. The only thing I would say about that move there is, personally, I felt like the loop was pulled a little bit late.
Yeah, it was, but I think on the kicker also he kind of missed. He didn't went straight height.
Yeah.
He kind of
traveled a lot of distance downwind, didn't he?
Exactly.
But it's a landed trick for Finn, or is it?
I don't know. Let's see what the judges.
Because there was a little bit of a crash there at the end.
Yeah, looked like they're scoring it.
Looking like they are scoring it, as you said. Kite loop back roll for Borja was the first trick that he delivered. That scored a 3.63. I reckon this is going to be a super tight heat.
It is.
Yeah, I reckon it's hard to not put your money on Charles Bedell going through.
Oh, sure. I think it is.
But then with the other 3, I mean, if Finn has a similar heat to his last heat, he's got a very good chance. But Lorenzo looks like he's changed the gears and he's got the foot on the throttle now.
Yeah, it's going to be a big battle between both of them.
So, boy, we're looking a little bit out of control here. Ooh. Explains the landing. So that'll be a crash there for him. Now we go over to Charles Bedell. He opened up nicely with a kite loop board off with a 7.03, which was the highest trick of the day so far. We saw Alex Soto with a 7. So Charles Bedell just edging out the best trick of the day. But we still have plenty of tricks and one more heat to follow with the final. It's a 4-man final, which is always good as well.
Oh yes, it's gonna be decent action, and 2 of them of the semi-final gonna make it to this final. So let's see who will make it.
Charles Bedell now, second trick attempt.
Oh, he's really flying high. so smooth on the landing. Yeah, it's impressive, huh?
He's got it dialed down, yeah. These are the conditions that Charles likes. If anything, he wants it windier as well. I mean, he likes
he was so happy actually to have strong wind with choppy water.
You speak to him this morning?
Yeah, a lot, and I think he was the happiest one with those conditions because he really liked them.
Yeah, contra loop there as well. So one of the big things to note as well with the F1 is that they've obviously got that new kite designer coming in now with Ralph Grossel. And yeah, a lot of development going on there. So that might be explaining the new F1 kite that we're seeing Charles ride. It must be one of their new kites. So it'll be interesting to see, yeah, maybe we can pick Charles's brains a little bit and find out a little bit about the new products that are coming. Yeah, plenty of new things arriving in the kite industry at the moment as Lorenzo Casati goes up with what looked to be a contra loop as well, with a few rotations followed by a crash, so that's not going to count for him. So there we have on the left there, that's Finn's father and Finn's mother on the far left. As yeah, back roll, contra loop.
With extra rotation at the end. Yeah, I mean he already got 2 scores on the board, so he can risk it to improve his total score.
Yeah, he's got 2 nice scores. Charles Waddell is looking like he's having a very similar scoring trick to his first. So yeah, he's going to be comfortably out in front as we did predict to start this heat off. So far, if you calculate his tricks yesterday, he's 9 for 9.
Yeah.
With he hasn't got his hair wet yet. Next up we have Borja riding for Spain. So here we go, 3.63, and then he had a crash, so he's looking to now get another trick on the board. Finn Flugel's score of a kite loop front roll is now dropped with the 4, and you can see the contra loop front roll board off from Charles Waddell scoring a 7.13. So that now is the highest scoring trick so far as Finn Flugel goes for a double back roll kite loop. And it looks like he's in control.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's hard when you land with speed and the foil just keep getting too much lift. You just get ejected. It's hard to control at that point.
Yeah, you saw Finn there just sort of spring straight back out of the water, which was a shame because up until that moment, he looked like he was in fully control.
Absolutely.
You see from the replay, back roll into another one. It's actually a contra loop.
Yeah, contra loop.
Putting on the front
rotating.
hand. But yeah, just the foil skipping away from him there. So here we go. Borja now with the Fly Surfer Era in his hands. You know, that's one of their first and new big air kites, which was developed last year over in sunny Cape Town. Very fast kite as well.
That's what interesting in the hydrofoil discipline is that sometimes you see people with foil kites, like yesterday in the light wind days, and he was really flying.
Shame there with the contra loop for Borja. I wasn't able to land that one. You can see there nodding his head. But that's a good point you mentioned there, Teo, is that we did see a few of the foil kites yesterday. You know, but today we haven't seen a single one.
It's just too windy. I mean, they just focus on looping the kites, and definitely you need a tube kite to be able to loop fast and.
Yeah, we have seen, you know, those foil kites though. They do loop.
Yeah, actually, Borja was one of the first to send some really big loops on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need commitment, I guess.
Yeah. Definitely, you definitely have a lot more like floatiness with them, and you can get a bit more time in the air. As Charles Waddell now going right foot forward, so switching it up, starting to steer the kite to 12 as he goes for the back roll kite loop board off with multiple back roll rotations on the way down.
Just looked too easy.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does make it look very easy, and that's 10 for 10 now for Charles Waddell. 3 tricks today, all landed, different families. So he's basically now giving himself options to play around for the rest of the heat. I mean, it's the best.
Oh, that's going to be the highest score.
Yeah, it's going to be in the 8s. It is in the 8s, and I think this will also mean it's going to be the highest heat score that we've seen so far in this competition, if you factor in yesterday as well. So scores dropping now for Charles Waddell. Just had confirmation as well from my good friend Joe that that kite is sure doing the business for Charles. It's a new prototype from F1 that he has been developing. So you were right there as well, Teo.
Yeah, exactly. And he's super happy with it, so we can see.
Clearly.
Oh,
I mean,
Lorenzo getting some more scores in the board.
Yep, he's going to like that one as well because he's only got 2 tricks counting to his total score. Lorenzo Casati second, Charles Waddell in first. Kite loop back roll board off for Charles Waddell drops in at 8.47. So he is now on a 22.63. Highest scoring individual trick along with the highest combined heat score so far. Charles Waddell making it look that little bit too easy out there. And I'm interested to see now how he's going to approach the rest of this heat. Maybe we're going to see some innovation. That'd be nice.
I think so. I think he's still going to go big to prove that, to make pressure on the other for the final maybe, but also to just train. He's having fun in those conditions. He's been training in Mykonos for the last 10 days in super strong winds, so he's used to those conditions. And I think he got some new tricks, and he is definitely very confident in those conditions.
Finn Flugel.
Let's see.
Back roll, contra loop.
Does he get it? Yes.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, he's gutted. He hates it. Especially when you've landed and you're pretty much riding out.
Yeah.
And then you fall.
In your mind, you say
he knows it's not going to count.
Yeah.
So Finn, I mean, he's still got 3 tricks remaining, and he has 1 score already. It's not at the end of the game for him. One of the riders that had a good day yesterday is this guy on your screen now, Borja. He has only 1 trick scored. He's currently sitting in last place during this heat, but we know he's capable of a little bit more. So let's see how he goes. We're following him from above. Do our best to try and follow this trick. Here we go. Finding the swell. Right foot forward. Goes up with the back roll. Did he loop the kite there? I think he did.
Yeah, he did, definitely.
But not sort of the landing that's going to be rewarded. Judges really want to see sort of you land, you're straight back up onto the foil.
Straight on foil with speed and stuff, for sure.
Okay, so we're in trick attempts number 4 for all of our riders. It's 7 trick attempts if you've just tuned in. Only 3 count. So the only rider that has 3 on the board at the moment is Charles Waddell, and he's currently sitting on 22.63. So definitely the man to beat at the moment when it comes to hydrofoil big air. In second place, we have Lorenzo Casati. He's just bumped up his score after that last move, taking him to 11.16. So, I mean, even if Lorenzo was to get a 10 on his next move, he'd still be in second place behind Charles. So he needs to get some good, solid scores. But as we said at the start of this heat, top 2 go through. So even if you're in second place, it's not the end of the world.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, obviously you're in safer spot to get to the final if you're first, but the most important is at the end to just be first or second.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing it does have a factor on is your positioning in the final when you actually jump.
Exactly, that's true.
So if you finish in second, you know, you're not going to be last to jump or towards the end of the heat, which sometimes can be work in your favor because you have a chance to see what the other riders are doing, who crashed.
Sure.
There's Charles Waddell here. Front rotation there. Looks like maybe you want a little bit more. He's not happy with that one. You can see by the body language.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it's going to probably be a crash. It's about time, to be honest. So he hasn't crashed hasn't crashed a single trick so far in this competition. Just have a look at that one. Yeah, it's a front roll with a kite loop.
Looks like he's just too chill in the air. Almost too confident, you know.
Yeah.
That's maybe why at the end.
Okay, so we now go into the 5th trick attempts. Heat number 2 of the semi-finals here on day number 2 of the Defender GKA Hydrofoil Big Air World Cup. Big thank you once again to all of our sponsors that help make these events happen. And following this heat, we will be having a little bit of a break because obviously 2 riders from here will be going straight into the final. So we have a small break and then we go into the final of this discipline where we'll be crowning our champion. And then we have another break before we get underway with the discipline which I guess you favor, which is the kite surf.
Yes, absolutely. I'm really looking forward. Here we have Lorenzo also that's gonna do both discipline like me. So he's gonna jump straight away probably after to the strapless discipline.
Yeah, well, if you're here, you might as well compete, right? In the hydrofoil.
That's
as well?
the thing. That's the thing. I think Lorenzo didn't foil for so long, but he was like, yeah, I mean, I have the skill in the air. Just have to get used to the foil for the popping and the landing. And yeah, he proved it.
Yeah,
he's proving it at least.
Proving it again there with that back roll contra loop. Yeah, he's definitely one of the few riders that's, you know, on tour that does. I mean, every rider can obviously do pretty much the disciplines, but he actually competes. He goes to all the wave spots. He obviously follows the big air tour, which is his favourable one. And now he's on the hydrofoil. So it's great to see. And his little brother's also competing in strapless as well.
Exactly.
Leonardo Casati. Okay, so scores again dropping for Lorenzo. He's going to definitely, continue on in second place. So the two riders that really have to try and, you know, link things and get it all together now is Finn Flugel and Borja Velon. So Finn Flugel, a bit unfortunate with that last trick. He pretty much had it in the bag until the crash on the landing. So we follow Finn now on your screen.
Yeah, now it's very important that he gets some big scores.
Needs a score.
Getting the kicker. Oh, let's see.
It's coming in heavy.
Yeah, too heavy at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see shouting, but he still does have a chance. However, he will have 2 trick attempts remaining, and he'll need both of them. So now we go over to the Spaniard for his 5th trick attempt. Let's have a little look at the wind. What's the wind doing out there? Yeah, it dropped a tad, but you know, there's not a lot in it. Fluctuating between sort of 24, 25, 26 knots, gusting just below 30 at the moment. That's what we're seeing on our live wind reader. For the rest of the day, it does look like it's going to be most windy around 4 o'clock. Looking at some of the forecasts here. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 and 6 is when it's peaking.
And looks pretty good for the next day too.
Yeah, Thursday and Friday. I mean, Friday looks like it's really pumping.
It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it could get upwards of 35 to 40 knots on Friday. Can't complain about the wind though, can we?
Oh yeah, Sylt this year was really delivering, huh?
Yeah, last year. It's making up for last year.
Exactly. Flying high, going for the contra loop. Let's see, need to get some score on the board. Oh no! That's gonna be tough from now.
Yeah, you can see the frustration. Again, just going over the front of the board there, that nose going straight into the water. As soon as that happened, it's game over.
Yeah, because you know when you do something good in the air and you just miss the landing is like really frustrating for sure.
Okay, so who is going to be joining the finalists? That is the big question as we come now to the back end stages of this heat. Heat number 2, which is the second semi-final, sorry. And now on your screen, the current world champion, the guy to beat, Charles Boudel, going right foot forward. What does he want to do? You can see steering to kite to 12. It's a kite loop with multiple back rotations.
With a grab at the end.
Oh, he's look at the style.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, that's the longest grab we've seen. And when we go to the judging criteria, when they reference about the grabs, they don't just want to see a rider tap it, you know. They want to see the rider.
He really hold it for a long time.
Really hold it. And he was sort of doing that while doing the down loops as well. Good style as we watch the replay. Back roll, kite loop with multiple back rotations there, and then just style. You can see there using that backhand to loop the kite. Good 3-4 seconds there on the grab.
Yeah, stayed with a longer hang time actually at that point.
Yeah, timed it well with that. And we can see some nice scores coming in here. I mean, he's got some good scores on the board anyway now. The lowest score that he has was his kite loop board off, which he opened up with, which was a 7.03. So that's his lowest score at the moment.
I think he might improve that one for at least 1 point. So
yeah, I think so as well. Looking at some of the scores coming in now from the judges before they're validated, they look like they like what they see. It could be in the 8s. Waiting for confirmation to come through as we now move over to Lorenzo Casati. 2 tricks remaining in the heat. So Lorenzo, blue flags up, 15.66. He improved his score with a 4.5. Lorenzo and Leonardo making the move over to Harlem not too long ago. I think they've been with him just around shy of a year now. And he's been really enjoying the equipment. Again, Ralph Grossel there designing the kites. Harlem as well, having the most recent addition of Mr. Aaron Hadlow as well join the team. So they're putting moves in the right way. As you can see here, replay again. Kite's so fast, isn't it?
yeah, he really played down on that one with a good landing too. So right between the 2 waves, that's the right spot to kind of land.
And we now go over to the black flag.
Look, behind looks like there is some cloud with maybe a bit of rain coming, so the wind probably gonna increase and gets very strong.
Yeah, Finn needs to land this here. He needs this because Lorenzo's putting down some nice scores, making that
Super
second
important.
place a little bit further away. So, if Finn does not land this, he won't actually be able to get through because he'll be tricked out. Contra loop.
Let's go, Finn. Oh. No.
Oh, I don't know. Oh no, it's
Kite
popped out.
released.
Kite has released.
Oh, he's surfing now.
Oh, the kite's released. That's unfortunate. So, yeah, that's going to be a crash. So, I mean, I'm looking at it now. Borja really still has a chance of going into second, but he needs 2 big scores. He needs a 12.04, so a couple of 6s to go into second place. Unfortunately there for Finn.
I think he released the kite by purpose, actually.
Yeah?
Because, yeah, the kites went upside down, like...
Charles Bedell in first, Lorenzo Casati in second, Finn Flugel there in third, and on your screen now, the Spaniard in 4th place. He has a chance still to make it through, but he's got to deliver. Right foot forwards. Probably wanting a little bit more speed, ideally. Especially going right foot forward, not being able to use those kickers.
Surely. He needs to land that one. He needs it. Oh, no, unfortunately.
That's going to be it then for this heat. I mean, we know who's pretty much going to be going through now, because I think for Finn and for Borja, they're both going to be tricked out. If that's going to go down as a crash, which I'm pretty sure it will. Charles Bedell's still got 2 tricks remaining. Yeah, that's going to be a crash now. So, yeah, they're both tricked out. So we know now that Charles Bedell will be, and Lorenzo Casati will be advancing through. Whether or not Lorenzo is going to finish in first place is another question. He's got 1 trick remaining, and he needs it to be a biggie. He needs to be up in the 9s, I think, to be able to make it work, at least. Lowest score for Lorenzo Casati is a 4.50 for a contra loop back roll. Charles Bedell here also going for a contra loop board off with a front roll, I think.
Shot. Yeah, exactly, with front roll.
Yeah, and that's smart play there from Charles, because that's actually his lowest scoring trick. We did that on a second trick attempt, which was a contra loop front roll board off. He's just done the same again. Interesting to see how that one scores compared to his first. Let's watch the replay here. Goes up with the front roll, takes the board off, loops the kite with the front hand with the added rotation on the way down. And back onto the foil, no problemo. So we now go into the final trick attempts. So, final trick attempt for Lorenzo Casati here. He is in second place. Booked himself into the final. Charles Waddell and Lorenzo Casati, the two riders making it through to the final, which will happen after a break of the next heat. It will be about a 10-minute break, I believe. We'll get confirmation on that for you as Lorenzo, because yeah, he knows it, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, but also the kicker didn't went the way he wanted. But I mean, anyway, it's secure. I think he's played for sure. He's secure. He played to the final, so he's good to go.
So Lorenzo Casati there, wrapping up that heat, finishing on a 17.40. As you see, yeah, didn't get the takeoff, did he?
Nah, and looks like the clouds are really coming, so probably the wind is gonna pick up again. So probably an epic action for the final.
Yeah, it'd be great to get a nice solid 25 to 30 knots, wouldn't it? Maybe even a bit more wind in the final.
This morning, before we started the first heat of the round 4, there were a cloud like this, and it really picked up. It was crazy strong. So I think the same thing could happen for the final. So stay tuned.
All right, Finn Flugel now. I think for Finn now, it's just landing a trick to feel good because he hasn't had the best heat.
Yeah, right, huh?
Back roll, contra loop, board off. And going heavy there on the landing. Unfortunately, I did think he had it there, but sort of the nose of the board was pointing down on the landing. Thought he was going to pop out again there.
Yeah, same thing.
Let's have a look. So yeah, back roll, board off with the contra loop. Yeah, let's see if the judges, if that will go down as a crash or not.
I think it will go as a crash, huh?
You'd think so. If they do score it, it will be very low just because of that landing. So last trick now of the heat for Borja. Always done these tricks right foot forward pretty much.
Oh, losing the foil in the air, unfortunately, and going down.
Yeah, he's got a nice body drag to that now.
Look at the wind behind. It's cranking out there.
Yeah, there's that cloud you were talking about. Nice dark, gloomy cloud there on the horizon.
Yes, it's coming in.
Yeah, we don't always get to go to the sunny, beautiful palm tree locations, do we?
No, that's true, but at least we have some good wind.
Yeah, we've got some good conditions, some good wind, and Sylt is a lovely place to come. I mean, it's the longest water sports event in Europe. I mean, the PWA, also the windsurfing, yeah, they come here as well. They've been going here for years. We've obviously came here for the last few years as well, which has been great.
Let's see now with the wind increasing. Let's see Charles what he can do. Oh, flying high, huh?
Oh, boom, board off.
Ooh.
Yeah, and the grab. Oh, a little 1 foot as well. Pure style there from Charles. So there we go. That's the end of the heat. Waiting for scores to drop for Charles. As we just heard the buzzer go there. So that guy on your screen, Charles Waddell, as we watch the replay now. As you mentioned as well in last heat, Theo, extending out with the legs, really showing the style element of the maneuver. Great there from Charles. So he's going to be going through in first. Lorenzo Casati is going to be in second. And we now know who is going to be in the final. So we're just going to get some confirmation into when that final will be as we check out a few replays of that last heat.
Yeah, if we check the scores of the last tricks from Charles, it's going to be very high. He flew really high with a lot of amplitude and hang time, so that's going to be a good score.
Yeah, no, it's looking like it's going to be potentially up in the 9s, so it could be his highest scoring trick of the heat and also the day. So the guy to beat is definitely Charles Waddell, Lorenzo Casati as well, linking things nicely together, which is good to see. So those two will be joining the other two riders in the last heat in the final, which I imagine will probably happen in around 10 minutes or so. So stay tuned. We're going to look at the highlights of that last heat, and then the final will be underway.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
There's so many different places that I've never seen before, and a million things I never felt this way. Time to go now. New horizons waiting, sail away with me. Where the oceans meet the sky.
AIDA. Erlebt euch anders.
Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with them. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with them.
Also fangen.
So welcome back everybody, and very shortly we will be underway with the final of the men's hydrofoil big air. If you're just tuning in now, welcome. We're here on day number 2 of the Defender GKA Hydrofoil Big Air World Cup, and it's the first stop for the hydrofoil athletes this year. Really important thing to also note is that we will be crowning our European champion here as well. So although there's another stop in November when we are in Brazil, we could be crowning our European champion here and then the world champion towards the end of the year. So there's a lot on the line here at this event for hydrofoil, and I'm just looking at the list here to my left. We're going to be going into sequence very shortly with these 4 riders. Okay, here we go. Men's final. Lorenzo Casati is going to kick things off. We also have Joselito del Rosario. I will explain that very shortly because it could have been Alex Soto, but we also then have Pierre Schneider and Charles Bradell will be the other riders to jump. So worth noting, I know if you were tuning in for the semi-finals, you would have seen that Alex Soto managed to score in the 3s on his last trick, which did actually bump him into first place, but I have been told that the trick was completed out of the competition area. So that has been confirmed, and Joselito has edged his way into the final. So those are your 4 riders. Who's it going to be? Tune in, let me know in the comments. Who do you reckon is going to be taking the title here in Sylt? We had a little bit of a break, and as you can see there in the background on the left hand side, a huge rain cloud, a little bit of thunder came through as well, and it's looking pretty dark and gloomy out there. Local time 1:10 in the afternoon, and I can tell you as well, we've had a big step up in the wind. This cloud has brought some hefty stuff with us. We are now sitting just shy of 30 knots, riders out on their 7s, and it's all systems go out here for Sylt. Last heat for hydrofoil big air. It's time to crown a champion, and we are not sure who's it to put the money on. Charles Bradell, definitely the man to beat. He has been putting together huge moves, scored up in the 90s. He had the highest combined heat total score in his semi-final. But there's a lot on the line. Anything can happen. So let me know who you're going to think. I can see some comments here saying Bradell will win. What about Lorenzo Casati? Also put together a great semi-final. Pierre Schneider, a rider that's really impressed myself and a lot of others with his smooth landings. And let's not take out of consideration our 4th rider, Joselito. Fought for his place in the final and deserves to be here. So there we have Lorenzo Casati. He will be first to jump. So we're just going to follow these riders because we're waiting for that green flag to be raised, the buzzer to beat, and then we can get in sequence. So let me remind of you, there's the buzzer. So 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are counting. What are we looking for? What are the judges in the booth want to see from our riders, especially in conditions like this? Well, height, power, amplitude, execution of the maneuver, all within a technical difficulty factor. All right, you link them all together and you perform a good move, you're going to see big scores. All right, Charles Bradell's got the biggest scores so far. We know that we can get 8s and 9s. Are we going to see innovation? We did see an attempted S loop from Pierre Schneider, but Lorenzo Casati here going for the double back roll kite loop, which has now gone into a crash. So that's going to be a crash for Lorenzo to kick things off for the final. Seven trick attempts, 26 knots I've got on our live wind speed at the moment. It is refreshing every few seconds, so it's fluctuating. Back roll into the kite loop, into... I thought there was another back roll there on first glance, but Lorenzo Casati, yeah, just going in the drink. So next to jump, we're going to see Joselito running for Cabrina here. Tends to do his jumps right foot forward, so let's have a little look as we can see rotation with that contra loop. Rides out of it nicely. So there will be a scored trick. You can see as well with the tide, we're at high tide at the moment. Waves bashing up onto the beach, right up at the event site. So high tide is peaking. The wind is also booting. And we're in the final heat of the day for Hydrofoil men's big air. And then this afternoon we will be getting and kicking things off with the kite surf discipline. Double-headed event here in Sylt. The first time we've done that. The last couple of years we've been here purely for kite surf, but this year with the added addition of Hydrofoil, it's been fantastic. We've got such a good forecast on our hands here in Sylt. 4 days of constant pumping wind, with Friday absolutely nuking. We can just keep our fingers, our toes, everything crossed that that forecast remains and stays the same, because we're going to see some epic action. Pierre Schneider now, first trick attempt for the Swiss. Left foot forward, likes what he sees here with the kicker. A lot of rolling wind swell out there at the moment, especially with that higher tide, as he takes off with the back roll, kite loop, with 2 back roll rotations on the way down. Smooth landing. Pierre Schneider has turned up. Just untwisting the bar there with the lines, as you can see. 4.07 for Joselito. Lorenzo Casati didn't score the first trick because he was on a crash. Pierre Schneider now scores to drop, waiting for the judges. Red flag is still in the air. Up next is going to be Charles Bradell, your current GKA Hydrofoil Big Air World Champion. Took the title there last year. I think off the top of my head, he might be a 5-time world champion. I have to get that confirmed. But the number 5 rings a bell for me. Okay, Charles Bradell now riding the F1 prototype, takes off. Kite loop board off. Plenty of style. Maybe wanted to try and get a grab at the end there on the nose of the board, but that will do. That's a nice opening score. We did see a 7.03 scored for his kite loop board off in the last heat. I don't think that was as high. But let's see. I mean, you can see the replay here. Kite loop, board off by the front foot strap as well. Yeah, nearly went for the grab, but decided against it. But he did take a bit of a tumble here as he drove away. Drove away? Rode away, I mean. And you might be able to hear now the rain peppering this live booth container. So that tells me one thing. We're going to see the wind increase. Give me a refresh. Yep. Wind's coming in now, big time. And I think we're going to be going on standby in this heat. We've got to be very cautious with all the gear. And we're now going back onto standby. Okay, so here we go. We're on standby. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm just looking out the window here and it's absolutely peppering it down. So let's go on standby. We've got a couple of riders. They've done 1 trick attempt each. Let's just go through those scores that we did see. I mean, Charles Bradell, the score is still to drop at the moment. And he went for that kite loop board off. We also have Pierre Schneider with the kite loop back roll as well. Joselito with the contra loop front roll. And then Lorenzo Casati opened up with a crash, okay? So they're the first scores that we do have. And just while we're waiting to kickstart this final up again, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Okay, welcome back everyone. Thanks for staying with us. Big thanks. And I can just give you a little bit of an update into why we're actually on standby at the moment. Competition's gone on standby because we just had a huge rain squall come through, and what we've actually found is that we do see a big decrease in the wind. And I just actually checked the wind reader while we were offline there, and it was on to about 25 to 30 knots for the comp, and then it just dropped right down towards 15. So we went on standby. Hopefully we'll be able to kickstart the event up back and running for the remaining of the final. We are going to keep those scores. We're going to keep firing through. So just to remind you, if you are tuning in on the final, our riders are going to have 7 trick attempts, and 3 of which are going to be counting. And it's important that our riders tick those different families to make up that overall score. Bit of a review of the event so far. Firstly, we've had a great forecast, and it's really looking good for the rest of the week. We've got a double-headed event. We've got kite surf discipline, and we've got hydrofoil big air discipline. The hydrofoil has been the main priority so far during days 1 and day 2. We're on day 2 of the event so far. You can see here on the camera the rain isn't going anywhere at the moment. We're just going to go on standby yet because we are seeing a big decrease in the conditions and with the rain. So yesterday we saw the early rounds 1, 2 and 3. Really good. No one got eliminated. All about that seeding. Where are they going to place in round 4? Are they going to make it to round 5? We kicked off today around 10 AM with round number 4, where 2 riders advance and 2 riders don't advance. We're in heats of 4 during rounds 4, 5 semis and the final. We then had the next heats, and it's just top 2 advance until you reach the final. Some amazing semi-finals as well. We saw the likes of Lorenzo Casati really step it up and earn his place in the semi-final. During round 4, he didn't maybe have the best of heats. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to a few of our local heroes here in Germany. Finn Flugel, the youngster, wasn't able to get through his semi-final. Also, Linus Erdmann, the 8-time German champion, unfortunately not able to start competing with us today. So, yep, we're in the final now. Our 4 riders are going to be Joselito Del Rosario, Lorenzo Casati, Piers Schneider, and Charles Brodell. There we have the men's hydrofoil graphic there. You can see their faces all looking super chuffed, ready to compete. And yeah, Lorenzo coming out of Spain, actually from Italy, but residing over in Spain, spends a lot of time in Tenerife. You might remember the name. He is a Red Bull King of the Air champion. He does all the disciplines, but he favours in the twin tip. He's also actually competing in the kite surf division later on for the rest of the week. He's out here with his brother Leonardo Casati, another real youngster, absolutely ripping. Joselito, coming out of the Dominican Republic, pretty much has been with us on the hydrofoil events for the last few years, and yeah, one of the top riders in the discipline. Most definitely trains a lot with his team, with his friend Alex Soto, who unfortunately narrowly missed out in the semi-final. A little bit of a local battle there between the 2 of them. A rider that's really impressed me this competition, Piers Schneider, really linking up the landings together. I was fortunate enough to have Teo Damanez in with me in the booth. He's been a rider that's competed in this division and also will be competing in the kite surf, and he joined me for the semi-finals and was equally impressed with Pierre's level of riding. He is a fully deserved rider to be here in the final and has really thrown down. I mean, he opened up this heat with the final of a kite loop back roll. That scored a 5.33. And then we move on to the final rider in this heat, the guy that needs no introduction, the man at the moment, the man to beat, Mr. Charles Brodell, multiple world champion, riding out of France, spends a lot of time in the south of France in places like Barcarès, loves the strong wind, so he'll be chuffed to see the forecast here in Sylt with it being so hefty and strong. The last heat from Charles was a 25.17, and that is the highest combined heat score that we've seen throughout the whole competition. And I also believe that in that last heat that we saw with Charles, there was an individual trick score of around a 9. I'm just going to have a little look myself now, see if I can see what that was. But yeah, he is throwing it down, showing style with ease, as I like to call steezy stuff. So those are our 4 riders, and as I mentioned, just waiting to get the go-ahead from our race team, our sports team, and Juan Antonio, our race director, exceptionally experienced and knows when to do the right call. You can see here the tide is very high. Some real nice ramps, especially those that are jumping with left foot forward. So do not go anywhere. Very, very shortly we will have an update for you and we will get this final back underway. Okay, so good news is that we're going to be getting this final back underway in the next few moments. Don't go anywhere, we're just going to jump to a quick commercial break and then we'll be back with the rest of this final.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
There's so many different places that I've never seen before, and a million things I never felt this way. Time to go now. New horizons waiting, sail away with me. Where the oceans meet the sky.
AIDA. Erlebt euch anders.
Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon.
Okay, and that's the sight that we want to see. We want to see those flags raised, and we are back in sequence. So here we go. Men's final, Hydrofoil Big Air. Who's it going to be? Lorenzo Cossati, Joselito Del Rosario, Pierre Schneider, or Charles Brodel? All these riders have had one trick attempt already. So 6 trick attempts left, 3 of which are going to be counting. So here we go. Lorenzo Casati finding a kicker, left foot forward, going for the front roll, but completely losing it there, skipping out with the foil. We don't want to get that foil near those lines, otherwise you could be saying goodbye to your kite. But Joselito is going to be up next. Lorenzo with another crash. So not the start that he really was looking for. As you can see there, looking front roll rotation, but just completely skipping out on the landing. Not much height either. He needs to go bigger. There's one guy who knows about going to the moon, Lorenzo Casati. He's all about big air. Black flag now, Joselito. Had a contraloop front roll to kick things off in his heat. And here he is, the Dominican. Left foot forward, so let's try and use that kicker. But momentum getting the best of him there, losing a bit of speed and going down, but he carries on. So important for these hydrofoil athletes to choose their equipment wisely. Goes up. Kite loop. And just as we kickstart the heat off, what comes around? A load of rain. So let's see what call is made here. It's looking wet out there, but it's windy. They're in wetsuits anyway, aren't they? They're out in the sea. They're in wetsuits. Doesn't really matter. But let's see how it goes. Rain's starting to come down a little bit heavier now. Black flag still up for Joselito. Pierre Schneider is going to be the next rider to jump. There he is at the moment. Let's see what the wind is doing. Is this rain killing the wind, or is it staying? It's about 24 knots at the moment, so there's definitely been a slight drop in the wind. About half an hour ago, I saw on the wind reader it peaked up to 35. So the wind has definitely been fluctuating up and down. Pierre Schneider now. Left foot forward, goes up, back roll, kite loop. Is there another rotation there? No, there isn't. And he lands it. So Pierre Schneider again with a nice, consistent base going into this final. Crash for Joselito on the last one. Watch the replay. Back roll into the kite loop. And he goes down just with a smooth landing. And you can probably hear the peppering of rain on my window. Poor camera guys coming into the booth looking soaked. I'm in here nice and dry. It's quite toasty in here actually. Okay, Charles Bedell now. Right foot forward. You can see there the rain just... He's probably using his hand. Back roll, kite loop with a back roll afterwards. Followed by a crash. Interesting here with the conditions. This could really shake things up a little bit. I mean, every rider is out there in the same conditions. It's the same for everyone, but you can see here back roll, kite loop into the back roll again. But it's definitely going to be tough for the rider. If the rain stays like this, the riders that are going right foot forward, they're going to be going into the rain. So it's going to be quite nasty on the face and in the eyes. So anyone jumping the other way is definitely going to find it a little bit easier on that side. But I'm looking at the wind, and we're now, yeah, it's just dropped a tad again. And as I was mentioning, so important for these hydrofoil athletes to choose the right gear, you know. They want to make sure they've got the right front wing on their board. Maybe it's not too big so they don't get crazy amount of lift. You know, they want to choose the right kite size. You know, they don't want to go too small that they're not going to get any height like that. You know, that was Lorenzo Casati with just a back roll. You know, but they want a bit of power in the kite so that they can actually get some height and loop it. So there's a lot to think about and factor in. As the blue flag is up for Lorenzo Casati, but I think the focus now goes over to Joselito. Definitely been a drop in wind now. We're looking at 16 knots at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we go on a bit of a pause. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, I've just heard the buzzer go. Great timing there. Great minds think alike, they say. So, yeah, we're going to go on a quick break as well. We're going to hopefully see this wind increase once this rain passes. It seems to be the case that every time we go back into sequence, it decides to pepper it down once again. But this is the aim of the game. We are up here in Sylt. Sometimes the conditions can be great. Sometimes it can be rainy. Sometimes it can be sunny. It's a bit like home for me, really. But don't go anywhere. Competition on standby. We'll be back underway with this final very shortly. Okay, and we're back in motion now. Lorenzo Casati, Joselito Del Rosario, Pierre Schneider and Charles Brodel. We've been going on with this final for a little bit of time now. We've been up and down with the weather here. The rain keeps coming through and making the wind drop to pretty much 12 to 15 knots. And obviously men's hydrofoil big air, we don't really want to be seeing winds around that sort of region. So hopefully we can get back up to that 25 knots. It's looking like it's heading that way now that big rain cloud has passed, which is good to see. It's looking like maybe a pair of blue skies as well is going to be underway, although it doesn't look like it on your screens at the moment. It sure does look a little bit better outside. But yeah, there you go. Top left-hand side of your screen, there's a little bit of blue sky. So yeah, back into sequence with these 4 riders. The title is still up for grabs, as well as the European Championship. Let's bear that one in mind. So the only one that wouldn't be eligible for the European Championship, if they were to win the event, would be Joselito, because he is coming out of the Dominican Republic. So European title can go to Lorenzo Casati, Pierre Schneider, or Charles Brodel. And obviously there is the event title up for grabs as well. But all riders in the whole hydrofoil discipline will be gathering ranking points towards the world ranking as well. And, and then we should be seeing the final event in Brazil take place. So Lorenzo Casati there going for his 3rd trick attempt. You can see some scores are on the board if you've just tuned in. Like I said, we've been up and down with this rain cloud, but they have all done 2 trick attempts. So as it stands, Charles Brodel is in 1st place. He has a score and a crash to his name. Lorenzo Casati there just going for his 3rd trick attempt. As yeah, rain is clearly gone now. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that we don't have to stop competition once again. Joselito here getting a little bit unstable, but managing to keep it under control. Left foot forward as we follow him, waiting for the kicker, finding the right moment to jump. As he jumps, kite loop looked like a board off there as well. I don't know if he got both his feet out. However, he is back onto the foil there. That's quite nice there from Joselito. Not much height by the looks of things. Tough to see from the drone angle, but it didn't look like he had a lot of height. Ah, no, he did all right there. Kite loop board off, but landing, yeah. I think that's actually probably going to go down as a crash. Yeah, big, heavy landing, bit of a back slap, let's say. Kite loop back roll for Lorenzo Casati scored a 3.70, so he's now on the scorecards. Trick attempts are going to be 3. Counting, there are 7 total trick attempts. We are kicking things off from round number 3. Pierre Schneider now, left foot forward. What's he got? Goes up, back roll, contra loop with a board off. This guy don't miss. Pierre Schneider up in the level here. That's what we want to see. That's probably going to be one of his better scoring tricks there. He's got a 5.33 at the moment. That's made up from his kite loop back roll, as we see here. Back roll pulls with the front hand, which shows me it's a contra loop. And a pretty smooth landing actually there. Charles Brodel now is going to bump down into 2nd place after Pierre, because that's going to count. That's going to score. And here he is, the current world champion, left foot forward, so he wants to use a bit of the kicker. Where's he gone? Oh, we've gone from one rider to the other. As Charles Brodel there, just coming into your screen. I don't know what happened there. Obviously, we were following Charles Brodel, and then we got sort of swallowed up by a wave. Shows you at that high tide, the swell is yeah, rather large. But it's good, you know, you can see there, it's just sort of rolling through, giving the riders the odd kicker or 2, let's say. But Charles Brodel now, yeah, we did miss that trick, but the scores are coming in, and it's looking like it's going to be around the high 5s. So Lorenzo Casati now, 4th trick attempt. He is currently in last place with that kite loop back roll, scoring a 3.70. Goes up, front roll, kite loop, and straight back on the foil. That's nice from Lorenzo there. That's what he needs. Get a couple of tricks on the scoreboard and allow yourself to be a little bit more flexible with them what you want to try. As we watch here, kite loop, yeah, with that forward rotation. So now we go to Joselito. Had a crash on the last attempt, or on the last 2 attempts actually, so he'll be wanting to get a score on the board to just ease the pressure a little bit when we come into the back end stages of this heat. Joselito now gaining speed, looking powered, going up, kite loop, late back with a little touch at the front of the board, but that's going to be a crash. Wasn't able to link the landing together. All looks so good until those final moments of the trick. If he can start to link some of those landings, that will pair nicely with the maneuvers we're seeing from Joselito, and he'll start ticking off that score. Because at the moment he's now dropped back down into last place. Lorenzo Casati with the kite loop front roll of a 4.90. Nice score there. Charles Waddell with a contra loop front roll board off, the one we missed, which was a 5.73. So you can see now scores starting to drop. Charles Waddell just that little bit further out in front from Pierre, who is 1.78 of a point behind. All riders bar Joselito have 2 tricks counting towards their score. They can allow a total of 3. So there's still some tricks to be added, as we see a kite loop, maybe wanting to go for a board off there, coming down pretty heavy for Pierre Schneider. Looked like he wanted to try and grab the board and take it off there, maybe a 1-footer. So, quick wind update for all of you at home wondering how windy it is out here. Let's just refresh my screen. We are looking at around 26 knots now, gusting up to 32. So that's a little bit more like it now as we enter the trick attempt number 5. First, we do have Charles Waddell to go ahead though and do his 4th trick attempt. This is the sort of wind which now favours Charles Waddell a little bit more. Right foot forward. What have we got? Gaining speed, looking for the right kickers. You can see him hunting it down. Back roll, kite loop, board off. Nice extension there with the legs, sort of pencil-like. And straight back up onto the foil. That's how it's done. Textbook there from the Frenchman. And that's going to really give him a little bit more of an edge to push his way out into first position that little bit further. The 2 riders, or sorry, the 3 riders, now a bit work to do. Love the way he extends the body. He's one of the only riders that really extends and sort of goes straight with his limbs. Also takes the board off at a nice part. Doesn't do it after the loop. So now we are on trick attempt number 5. We follow Lorenzo, who is in 3rd place. The 6.08 there for Charles, as Lorenzo there swinging under, getting great height there. Not sure what that was, but we will find out. But looked like to be one of the bigger moves that we've seen in this heat so far. Gaining good height. Here we go, we see the replay. What was it that we see? Good kicker, back roll. Kite loop maybe. Wonder if that was a double. I don't think it was, but the scores are coming in quite nice here. I think a very well executed back roll kite loop there for Lorenzo. Did look like he was pulling on that bar for a little bit longer though. Joselito, trick attempt number 5. Following the Dominican, Lorenzo's scores coming in. It's going to be around the low to mid 6s. Joselito Kite loop board off. Did he get both feet over there? He's added in what looked to be an accidental rotation. And that explains the crash there. Just a little bit out of control on that one. As we watch the replay, take off. I did get both feet out. But yeah, you can see there. Looked like he added in that rotation accidentally. So that's going to be a crash. The contra loop back roll was from Lorenzo Casati. 6.33. He is now chomping at the bit for first place. Pierre Schneider, 5th trick attempt coming up for the Swissman. Jumps, kite loop. Oh, I reckon he wants the S loop. I reckon he wants an S loop. He did try it in the, I think, the semi-finals. Rain now starting to come down once again. This could mean we go on to standby, but I'm waiting for that buzzer. But I can see from the window the rain's coming in. I'm looking at the wind forecast as well. What's it doing now? It has dropped a few knots. Really tough and challenging conditions for our riders. They're getting thrown a handful here during this last heat of the discipline. Black flag now for Charles Bedell. Important moment here for Charles Bedell because the wind is dropping during this little squall of rain that's coming through. And how is he going to factor this one in? Because Lorenzo Casati is hot on his heels. Contra loop front roll board off. Oh, stop it, Charles. Makes it look too easy there. His contra loop front roll board off before was a 5.73. Will that edge it? Definitely had the height, as you see here. Front roll, contra loop takes that board off. Added rotation on the way down. And we go back to Lorenzo Casati. Wind doesn't look to be as steep as it was before. But the rain has stopped, so let's have a little look. Yeah, wind still floating around the mid-20s. Charles at the moment showing a lot of style. Very much in control of the maneuvers he's doing. Good execution. And also on that last one showing a little bit of power. That's exactly what the judges want. Lorenzo Casati here. Double back roll. Kite loop, but really the sort of loop was pulled quite late. Also got pretty much no height on that one. Judges wanting to see definitely some more, let's say, power and commitment actually going into the move. Joselito up next. Just the one score on the board for him. Definitely got a bit of work to do here because we are, yeah, he needs to land these 2 tricks because it's 3 tricks counting out of the 7 and he only has 1 on the scoreboard. So to give himself a fighting chance of getting on the podium, he really needs to land here. Is he going to play it safe, or are we going to see him push the boundaries a little bit? Pierre Schneider, he needs a 10.87 to go into second. So if he crashes here, it's game over for Joselito to be on the podium. What's he got? He's got a contra loop front roll. So if he wanted to play it really safe, you could go for a kite loop. If you wanted to push the boat out a little bit, maybe add a rotation in there. But he's still got work to do on the 7th, but he cannot afford a crash here. This is the moment of truth now. Yep, he's checking his watch. He knows he's got time. Joselito. Left foot forwards. Gaining speed. But he's just gone over again there, lost his speed. Can he find another kicker? Gaining momentum again. It all might be a little bit too rushed. Here he goes. Kite loop late back. That's exactly what I thought he might do. Added little grab, but that's going to be a crash. He knows it as well. Joselito had a chance there to just give himself a better opportunity of getting on the podium. It all looks so good. Kite loop was pulled at the right time. I think the grab there Going for that additional grab. Maybe just threw his body off balance a little bit. Didn't need to have it. And now he's left. Yeah, the door is not open for him to even finish third now. So no, he has a chance still. But it's got to be a good score for Joselito, as Pierre just gets a nice face slap there, goes over the front. Yeah, Joselito has a chance of going in third, but second is out the picture. He's tricked out for second place. He needs 10.87. Pierre Schneider, on the other hand, to bump into second place, only needs an additional 3.45. He has a kite loop of that 1.73 that you see on your screen. It's the lowest score out of the three combined. If he can up that a little bit, then that will help massively. But I think he's going to be crashed out here. Yep, he has been crashed out, Pierre Schneider. So again, for Pierre, it's going to come down to the last trick. Charles Waddell currently on 19.61. We did see a much higher combined heat total for Charles of a 25.17 as he goes for a kite loop board off again. Does he get it back on his feet? Yes, he does. So in control, Charles Waddell. Straight back onto the foil. He liked that one. Just when you thought he was going to crash there, he was able to keep it together. And that is why he is the guy to beat. We watch the replay here. Takes off, board off, kite loop, extends the legs, manages to get that front foot in and down loops that kite at the perfect moment where it just swings his body back underneath the kite. Such an important loop, that one, on his way down, so that he makes the landing that much easier. And it's looking good. The kite loop board off he had before was a 5.80. That was definitely better than the first. So we are going to see Charles Waddell probably pushing towards the 20s, I reckon. Which makes this move for Lorenzo Casati a very important one. He's got to go big here. I mean, he's just got to go for something ridiculous. I'm going to just poke my eyes. My head's outside the screen here. Lorenzo Casati. Going, finding speed, finding the kicker, going for that loop of the kite with some added rotations on the way down, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think, as he follows it up with a crash. Back roll, yeah, with the loop, some added rotations. So, I believe now that we have Charles Waddell that is going to take the victory here, but Joselito has a chance to get into third, sorry. He can't get to second, but he can get into third. It needs to be good though, he needs to score big. Wind speed picking up. We're on 33 knots now. It is really pumping out there at the end of this heat. This is what we want to see. Riders have a great opportunity now to push the boat out the water a little bit. Joselito needs a big score. He's got the wind behind him. There's the waves there for kickers. Definitely looks powered on that kite, doesn't he? Goes up. Kite loop, late back. Wanting the grab again. And somehow managing to keep that together. I mean, that foil is rocketing out of the water. As you can see there, the replay. That laid back rotation, yeah. Trying to grab the nose of the board as well. Doesn't necessarily need that grab. But I think that's definitely not going to be enough for him to push up into the position that he wants, which is that third spot. So Joselito will remain in fourth. That's confirmed. Pierre Schneider now. Having a look at Joselito and thinking, you know what, I'm going to give that a go as well. But that looks to be a crash for him as well. He'll remain in third. Second place, if I look here, yeah, Lorenzo Cassetti can't do anything because he's done 7 trick attempts and he crashed his last, which means that Charles Bourdelle has a victory move here. Charles Bourdelle is going to be taking the victory here in Sylt after a show-stopping performance, once again displaying why he is numero uno, number 1 in the world, the best hydrofoil out there when it comes to this discipline. And here he is, just as the rain starts to pepper down. He's going big. Kite loop board off once again. Perfect timing. And absolutely nails it. And there he is on your screen. The Frenchman has once again dominated and taken the event win with 21.54 as a total score. That might even increase. The kite loop board off they did before was a 7.73. Very similar there on that last move. Kite loop board off. And beautifully done. Look at the timing of that down loop. He sort of ends up swinging under it. But he is now confirmed as the event winner here in Sylt. And let's remind ourselves, not just has he got the event win, but he is also now your European hydrofoil big air world champion. So a big congratulations to Charles Bourdelle, once again showing why he is the top dog when it comes to this discipline. And for him, he will be making his way back in towards the beach here to most likely celebrate. I wonder if he knows he's won here, but you can see there Tom Hartman, the tour manager of the Qatar GKA Kite World Tour, walking with the French flag towards Charles Bourdelle to meet him. Tom coming out from Mauritius, and Sylt for sure is quite a different scenery, let's say, with all this rain. But nonetheless, here he is, Charles Bourdelle coming in, knowing now that he's taken the victory here in Sylt. You can see the smile on his face. He's super stoked to take yet another win. So we're just going to stay here with Tom and Charles and just get a little bit of that raw emotion from our event winner here in Sylt. Wind now is staying around that sort of mid to 20 mark. And the tide is really high now. You can see it's almost creating this sort of lagoon at the event site. But I don't think it will get any higher than this. Just while we wait for Charles to make his way to Tom and collect the flag and give that fist bump that we all want to see, the rest of the day we do have plenty more in store. We're going to be kicking things off with the kite surf discipline later on this afternoon, which is going to be very exciting. Some big heavy hitters in that discipline: Matthew Lopez, Pedro Matos, Gabriel Benetton, and obviously Teo Donaz that was joining me earlier on in the booth. And there he is, Charles Bourdelle, your event winner here in Sylt, European champion.
I appreciate it.
You got this. We don't have any speakers here, but we will do a...
Nice. So, how did you feel? How were the conditions for you? It was crazy.
Yeah, these conditions are my favorite. When the wind is strong, I really enjoy. So yeah, quite happy about this event to finally have a great condition for the hydrofoil. Yeah. Sorry?
What was your best move?
I think the move scored more was the kite loop board off and with the light 1 foot. This one was pretty high, so I got 9.5, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Your new kite you moved with?
Yeah, this kite is designed by myself, so I'm more than happy to win with this kite.
Was this the reason that this was your day?
Yeah, it was, I think, my day and the condition were with me with a strong wind, so it's perfect.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're gonna do a beach podium photo over there, okay?
Okay, yeah. Théo, tu crois qu'il y a moyen qu'on, depuis ma part, plus long? Ouais, bien sûr. T'as bougé, c'est toi qui as bougé mon kite, merci beaucoup. Ouais, merci. Hein.
We're gonna do the beach podium now over there, okay? You can take one photo. Let's go there. Get it done.
Okay, so there we have it. Charles Waddell just sinking it all in, taking it all in. Another victory for him. And I can see in the comments as well on the YouTube link, he really is at the moment in a league of his own. And yeah, he was correct that yesterday's score, the kite loop board off with the 1 foot, was the highest trick scores, I think about the 9.07 or something like that. He had a huge combined heat score as well, above the 22 mark. So amazing stuff from Charles Waddell. He is the champion here in Sylt. And we'll be seeing him again in action over in Brazil in November when we have the next Hydrofoil Big Air spot. And also there we'll be crowning the world champion. Can Charles Waddell retain that title once again, or will we see a little bit of a shake-up? But don't go anywhere, obviously. We're going to be closing this stream now. But as for the event itself, we still have the kite surf discipline to take center stage in Sylt. So we'll very much see you soon. Thank you for tuning in. My name's been Liam Dredge. It's been a pleasure taking you through this event, and I can't wait to switch over to the kite surf discipline.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
Russland, Frankreich, Hilfe, glückliche Gesichter und Platten aus Frankreich, aus Spanien und der Schweiz. Und das sind unsere drei Sieger und damit auch auf dem Podium in Sachen Europameisterschaft. Der Sieg geht nach Frankreich. Einen Riesenapplaus an Charles Brodel. Einmal ein bisschen Wärme hier am Strand. Dann der zweite Platz. Geht nach Spanien. Dann das Podium komplett mit der Schneider aus der Schweiz. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. So,